Welcome everyone to the conference Walk the Line, Fairness for the Independent Performing Arts in Europe. My name is Christian Keller and I'm going to be your guide today through this very ambitious program. I'm usually responsible for Gift magazine, which is the quarterly magazine released and published by the Austrian Association of Independent Performing Arts. But today I'm especially proud and happy to be able to present this event as it's the first of its kind. Of course, we had one earlier this year, but of course, this is the first event that actually allows for live attendance. So I'm really particularly happy to welcome all our international guests here today. And I'm also looking forward to welcome everyone else later on who's going to join us from the far and distant corners of Europe via Zoom. And I'm also saying hello to everyone who's joining us on the live stream. Please be aware you can always use the comment section below the video to make any kind of remarks, and we'll make sure to monitor and include them later on. Now, it's great to be here at Theater Café Spektakel, and we're going to discuss so much today, ranging from fairness codices and minimum honorarium fees to social security, and it's going to be a very ambitious program, so I'm really not going to waste too much time today, and I'm just going to hand over to two of our board members, one of them, of course, being the president of the European Association of Independent Performing Arts, Ulrike Kuhner, who's also the managing director of the Austrian Association of Independent Performing Arts, and the other being Christoph Kolarczyk, who serves in an advisory position on the board of EAIPA and who's also the theatre manager of Theatre X10 in Prague, as well as a representative of the Czech Association of Independent Theatre. So without further ado, the stage is yours.
Hello everyone, I'm very happy to be here in Vienna for this event, and I'm very happy that with EAIPA, after 4 years, we are really able to manage events like that. We are very happy for our supporters. I would like to say big thanks to Ulrike and her team to really make this happen. And I'm going to be really short, but I have to mention one thing which is for me from the journey with EAIPA, which I'm following since the beginning, is very important. And I really realized that in the yesterday evening, during the discussion with other colleagues, and that this very important aspect in EAIPA, that really we are treating everybody, not just our members, with really mutual respect. And we don't care from how big is your country or your association. We are really trying to listen to each other and learn from each other. And I think especially in these days, this respect, listening and learning is a very important thing. So thank you, Ulrike. Thanks everybody again for this event. And I'm really looking into the program of this day because it's going to be, I think, very fruitful meeting event. So thank you.
Yes, thank you, Christoph, for also accompanying us for the last years when we were founded in 2018, as we are a quite young organization. Now I have to go with a written speech because, you know, times are a little bit challenging right now. So, if we hadn't thought of it before, the motto for this conference came to us during the pandemic-riven year of 2020, fairness. Fairness in the year 2020, when the established structures and relations in the performing arts sector crushed. Contracts between artists and theatres, festivals, event organizers were no longer valid, with the effect that artists were suddenly confronted with the situation of having no income for an unexpected period of time. In return, the theatre and organizers were also unaware how to continue their work and how to adapt to the challenges. There were some examples of how artists and the structures collaborated and therefore saved the incomes for the artists, but there were also bad examples. The question of responsibility appeared, responsibility of the contracting partners, but also political, economical, and structural responsibility. In the end, the core element of the discourse can be described with fairness. Fairness appears in every single detail, in the need of proper contracts, in the responsibility of the institutions for the cooperating or contracted artists and companies, very much also in communication aspects. It becomes so obvious that the entire system and dependency are not sustainable during a crisis. Even a short period of time without income shakes the economic and emotional basis of artists tremendously. The system of precariousness in the performing arts sector became as obvious as never before, and this on a worldwide level. But suddenly there was also a big interest in media and within the arts sector about working and earning conditions of the artists and about social security systems. Throughout Europe, politicians, funding bodies, and artists reacted in very different ways. With this conference, we aim to present and discuss a few measures and ideas, and hopefully we will learn from each other. Therefore, the members of the European Association of Independent Performing Arts collected their knowledge about different approaches and developments with the aim to stabilize the sector. And we are glad that today we can share our expertise and knowledge with each other. The target is clear. Funding and social security systems for the artists must offer individual stability. It must become reliable and crisis-proof. But in the past month, we also had to learn that war came back to Europe. We try to stay in content exchange with our colleagues in Ukraine. Since theaters became bomb shelters for both the artists and people from the neighborhood, it is obvious that theater and art is relevant. We were contacted by the members of the pro-English theater in Kiev, and through the members of the EAIPA, we share their experiences with Europe. Since the war began, they told us that people in Ukraine stopped counting weekdays. Instead, they count day 1, day 2, day 3 of the war. And they started again with rehearsals. We really hope that we can stream their premiere in 2 weeks' time. And we hope they soon can stop counting days of war and that theaters can resist the constant shelling. Tomorrow, EAIPA is about to adapt its statutes and will find a way how to officially integrate the pro-English theater and other Ukrainian artists in danger. With the association, it is a signal of solidarity and of offering them a voice and connection to us.
We are the children of Ukraine. We are speaking to you from a cold basement of Kiev. We are here today as we have to save our lives from the warplanes, tanks, shells, avia bombs, and missiles sent to us by Russian soldiers. They shell our houses, they launch missiles at central squares of our cities. They kill people in the streets. Our wonderful, peaceful Ukrainian people. They brought death and chaos to our land. Death and chaos Europe hasn't seen since 1939. Never again? Here it is. Here. Again. They lie, saying they want to protect us. We don't need to be protected by Russia. We are free people in our free land. The only reason they're here is hate. Hate to Ukraine and us, Ukrainians. They want to destroy us, and they say it openly. What you see in your news is not just war of Russia against Ukraine. It is the war of the past against the future. It is the war of lies against truth. It is the war of total slavery against freedom. Wherever you are right now, realize that, please. This is the war of Russia against Western civilization. It's the war against all of us. Russia has no place in the New World. This war is a revenge for Russia not finding their place in it. Whereas Ukraine has made a tremendous sacrifice to prove freedom, equality, and human rights for a happy, safe living are not just the declaration for us. This is something we're ready to die for. And we do. If you want to help us stand and win, you can do this. Ukraine will not fall until the single Ukrainian who can resist is killed. We need weapons, we need money, as much as possible. We stand against the armies of two countries, Russia and Belarus. Volodymyr Zelensky, the president of Ukraine, has addressed the European Union with an appeal to accept Kiev in it. Haven't Ukraine yet proven we're worth it? Ukraine is Europe. Europe is under attack. Slava Ukraini!
Героям слава!
Now, I think I speak for everyone when I say it's absolutely heartbreaking to watch and see these images from Ukraine. But I'm afraid I have no good news, because we're not really going to escape the thrall of authoritarian regimes today either, when we look at our section later on fair politics, or we might as well just call them unfair politics. But before we go into that, I just want to take the opportunity to introduce someone else, someone I think every one of us knows and has come to appreciate as what I'd like to call our principal investigator, our research brain. It's none other, of course, than Thomas Fabian Eder, who apart from working for the European Association of Independent Performing Arts, is also an independent researcher at Ludwig Maximilian University in Munich, where he works at the Department of Theatre Studies, and he's also currently involved in a study in association with the research group Krisengefüge der Künste, institutionelle Transformationsdynamiken in den darstellenden Künsten der Gegenwart. Arts in Crisis, Institutional Transformation Dynamics in the Contemporary Performing Arts, which is due to be published at the beginning of next year. So please, Thomas, enlighten us once more with your facts and figures.
Good to see you all. Welcome. It is difficult to follow this statement from Ukraine and to just start with facts and figures. Actually, I was going to end with a small anecdote about a conversation I had with a friend from Ukraine. Now that this was shown just now, I'm going to change around my schedule and start with that anecdote just up front. I do have a friend from Ukraine. I am not sure if I should mention her name, but she's been working for a long time organizing festivals where democratic debate and discussion was happening in Kharkiv. And she fled. She's living in Germany now. And she is organizing transports, trying to transport Ukrainian contemporary art pieces, not performing arts, it's not physical, but art pieces, out of the country, because as we have heard just a second ago, the culture in her country is about to be destroyed. And we are here to gather and to talk about how independent performing arts can maintain, how it can survive, how we have to fight for it to survive. And maybe the situation in Ukraine is a reminder for us that art is really a part of democracy that is worth fighting for. And also here and all around Europe, there is still a lot to do for the independent sector to stay alive. All right. So, I'm here because I'm conducting a study. Thank you for the nice introduction on the independent performing arts in Europe. I'm trying to compare structures, funding systems, and I'm trying to capture what the current status of independent performing arts in Europe is like right now. I'm doing that in cooperation with the EAIPA. Thank you so much to all the EAIPA member association for having contributed to it. We have worked together for the distribution of the questionnaire, and also the experts of the EAIPA member association have contributed to this study. And it is really about why independent performing arts professionals walk the line, where they are risking to fall down the edge, and how they are trying to build nets to catch them if they do. So this shall be subject to the talk, and the principal idea is that the independent performing arts in Europe are becoming an organizational field operating with similar routines and modes of production throughout the continent. So they are one thing that is becoming more close to each other all around the continent in terms of structures, not in terms of aesthetics. And the Europe-wide comparative analysis focusing on the structural characteristics that institutionally define the independent performing arts has not really been produced at this point, and I'm trying to inspire the discussion. A very prominent place in this discussion is given to the socioeconomic condition of independent performing arts professionals, especially given the new challenges posed by the coronavirus pandemic. But also a place in the study is given to measures taken and influence exercised in governance to improve the precarious condition in which the independent performing arts is throughout the continent. So throughout this presentation, we will see that the job of securing the field is by far not done, but also that not all hope is left, and that there's a chance to work for a good future for the field as such. But before going into numbers, I want to contextualize a bit and tell the story of the independent performing arts maybe once more, even though many of you know it. Since the 60s in Scandinavia, and then subsequently more and more throughout the European continent, independent or artists have started to organize independently, mostly in opposition to permanent stages. By now they have asserted their position in the field of the arts that has endured for decades, and the possibility of having their own mode of production seems to be one of the key motivations. As I just said, the unifying element does not really seem to be aesthetics or thematic stance, but much rather what the Professor Christopher Baum says, the rejection of the perceived control by tradition, especially the play or the apparatus of the permanent stages. So there is a moment of self-reliance and autonomous action that seems to be very central to this form of producing art, and the project as a form or a format is the means to realize productions beyond this apparatus. As a result, the independent performing arts do not generally operate on location-bound basis as we know it from permanent stages, but as temporary projects, and these are under the direction of the artists autonomously. They are characterized by changing funding sources, sometimes changing costs, by high flexibility, and they are oriented towards often an international network of production houses and international festivals. And this self-determined work in the independent performing arts sector usually goes hand in hand with self or non-standard forms of employment, because these non-standard forms of employment or the self-employment, the independence, they provide freedom, but they also come with what I think often heavily underestimated risks. The field appears as an extremely precarious one, which forces artists to permanent self-exploitation without offering secure employment prospects. At least that is what we find in a lot of literature, while not many numbers have been produced to actually support this claim. But the claim is made, and it is made in science and politics, on community, science, by politics, by the community, on local, on national, on European, and on international level. This quote comes from the latest UN report on the current status of the arts, It's not Europe, it's not Austria, it's referring to a worldwide situation of the art. It says that the largest subsidy for the arts comes not from governments, patrons, or the private sector, but from artists themselves in form of unpaid or underpaid labor. And maybe it's good to just take that in for a second. But in an attempt to react to these deficits, agents work not only on productions, but at the same time at their own institutionalization and its reflection. Initial publications by advocacy groups representing the independent performing arts field on a European level note that even in well-founded country, only a few artists are able to finance their work in such a way that artistic goals can be realized without compromise, while at the same time maintaining minimum standards in terms of social security for all involved. And even though the field is established as a second pillar of the theater system in many European countries, and that is also something that is found in literature and proven in literature quite a lot, its continuous existence is challenged, especially in light of the confrontation with the precarious social security situation that has worsened through the corona pandemic. However, a nuanced scientific consideration of the socioeconomic situation of independent performing arts is absent for many countries in Europe. Figures are missing that provide information about how differentiated the field really is, that show how many performing arts professionals actually live below the at risk of poverty threshold, and that document the precarious situation and the lack of protection. And this presentation really sets its central objectives to provide a database account of these things, both concerning similarities and differences across Europe. But since it is a scientific account, I do not get around a few methodological remarks up front to give you an idea what the basis of my conclusions are. So I have interviewed through the EAIPA organization 1,031 respondents from 12 different European countries. I also have conducted semi-structured expert questionnaires with 12 experts from the different national associations in Europe of independent performing arts. And the epistemological interest, the knowledge again interest of this study was really to explore the field first and foremost. The population I wanted to study, so the thing I wanted to find something out about, are the independent performing arts in Europe, and a representative study of the independent performing arts in Europe would require a precise scientific definition of that population, which does not exist. There is no reference that conceptualizes and captures the field. We do not know what exactly is part of the independent performing arts and what is not. So the only way to go was to explore the field and to gather as much in numbers as possible, to have a large sample and to be very clear about what that sample is like. So in all charts and all figures, I will refer to the sample, not to the independent performing arts at large. And in the analysis subsequently, I will present indicators and derive theses and develop theory rather than maintain that what I present here is final and forever. The communication channels of the EAIPA were used in order to spread the questionnaire. And that is interesting because the associations are confronted with the same problem as the study is. That is the problem of representation. They do not only represent their members, but each of these associations represent the independent performing arts community at large. So in reaction, they really are endeavoring to set up their communication channels in a way that they do reach beyond their membership and thus are able to do justice to this claim. Also, their offerings are not only for their members, but for all independent performing arts professionals. Through the channel of these associations, I was able to reliably address 7,173 members of all these associations. That's how many there are, directly and reliably. But through the inclusive approach of the associations in their communication, it was possible to reach a lot more, especially because the questionnaire was sent out at a time where new aid programs for the coronavirus pandemic were just being released. And the associations are the link between the community and politics. So I also assume that not only the associations try to reach beyond their membership, but also that many artists and art professionals who are not members are following the communication of the associations because they support them with relevant information. In that case, information about the coronavirus aid programs. Okay, so much about representation. Just to give you an idea, it was 1,031 respondents. 65% of them were individual agents. 36% of them were leading representatives of organizations. And here you can get an idea of how it is distributed in the countries. There were countries where there was a very high representation, and there were countries where there was a rather low representation altogether. Then when we look at the individual agents, of the 665 individual agents, we see that a large part of them were working at artistic capacity as artists, curators, designers, dramaturgs, 62%, and another part, now I can't see it, we're working in producing capacity, 24%. So this is just so you get an idea of where the answers that I will show you come from. Looking at the organizations, we can see that half of the organizations were artistic companies, groups, collectives, ensembles. 32% were presenting platforms like venues, production houses, or festivals, and 14% were producing platforms like rehearsal spaces or residency spaces. Then I'm talking about the independent performing arts in Europe. And of course, through EAIPA, I was not able to reach all 27 EU member states. I was also not able to reach the 47 countries of continental Europe. But yet, with the 12 country studies, each European region, according to the United Nations Geoscheme of Europe, was represented at least twice. So there are the parts Northern Europe, Eastern Europe, Western Europe, and Southern Europe that are represented in that Geoscheme. Please look it up if you want to know which countries belong to which area. But for each area, I had at least 2 countries. So I do claim that I am able to make comparisons between regions and that I am able to give a general idea about the overall situation of the continent. In addition, and that is the last sentence on methodology, there was triangulation in place, so all the quantitative, this is something that just happened that I didn't mean to do. So in addition, there was triangulation, so there is qualitative data, there are the expert interviews, and then there was a general assembly of the EAIPA in Prague last year where I presented the results, and the ones were checked with the others. What was said by the experts was checked against the data, what was checked against the data was checked in the live conversation, and so on. And this triangulation makes the data more reliable as well. Like I said, there are 3 parts that I want to talk about. The first part is the institutionalization of the independent performing arts, it becoming entrenched as one organizational field throughout Europe. Second part is the social condition. What about income? What about social security? And what about working condition? Third part is governance. How does it work? And is it well distributed and evenly distributed throughout Europe? Let me start with the first part. Let's cut to the chase and jump right into the analysis. So when thinking about characteristics that define the independent performing arts organizationally, there's a vast variety that I would have to consider and to compare. I do not have the time to do that here, but I will give you a short summary of some characteristics so you get a feel of whom we are dealing with when talking about that field. And this is also, I'm sorry for that, but you can still read what it's on there. The agents interviewed in the independent performing arts community, and I think this reflects the field at large, are largely female with over 60%, rather young with an average age of close to 40, very well educated. 72.4% of the interviewed people had a degree of some sort, a bachelor's degree, a master's degree, or a doctorate. We can find that independent performing arts are a thing mostly of large cities. Another finding that is really interesting is that independent performing arts professionals identify usually with 2 or more genres, which shows us that traditions are broken, that the innovative character that is often attributed to the field even is shown in its structures. They do not just follow traditions, but they combine them, they find new ways of working, and they put things together. Another structural characteristic that was interesting is that a large majority of the organizations interviewed had a non-profit status, which more or less demonstrate their claim to independence from the market and from politics in a virtually performative manner. These figures, they differ very little from country to country, and there is large homogeneity. Also in other characteristics, we find that the field is built quite similarly throughout the 12 countries under study. To double-check this institutional moment of the independent performing arts, I refer to the process of institutional definition as it has been described by Paul and DiMaggio. These are basically the founders of neo-institutional theory, and they say that an organizational field is becoming institutionalized or is going into a structuration process and into an institutional definition in the moment where there is an increase in the extent of interaction, so communication, collaboration of the organizations and the agents involved. If there is an emergence of sharply defined inter-organizational structures and patterns of coalition, the more the people work together, the more the field becomes institutionalized. An increase in the information load with which organizations in the field must contend, and the development of mutual awareness and being involved in a common enterprise or in a joint venture. In a process of operationalization, I tried to take these indicators and translate them into items that the study participants had to fill out. The process, in terms of methodology, I translated them into around 50 items, did a pre-testing. The pre-testing ended up with 6 questions, something like, do you have to work more with people today than you did before? It's just from the top of my head. It was probably formulated otherwise. And then they answered from I strongly agree to I strongly disagree. And out of these items, we built a scale to really measure how much do the agents themselves understand themselves as being part of this process of institutionalization. Is this more collaboration, being engaged in common political goals, being part of a bigger something that present in the community as well? And the results were astonishing. It was 4 is agree, 3 is neither nor, 5 is strongly agree, so the overall is a 3.95. There seems to be quite a large movement of structuration within the independent performing arts throughout the European continent, where there are only slight differences between the countries. The minimum was 3.82 in Iceland and the maximum 4.14 in Finland. So the independent performing arts, and I hope I was able to prove this with these numbers. There is a paper that I have just published that you can find on the website of my research group. I will show you the link at the end where this is also explained more in detail. But this is to tell you that we are dealing with something that is there, that is working together on common goals, and that has obviously the aim to stay. Structuration comes with professionalization, that goes hand in hand, and one would assume that things change for the better in the moment where a field starts to structure itself, like it does here. So what about the socio-economic situation of the artists, of the arts professionals? How does that actually look? Like I said, this is part 2 of the analysis. Here I want to analyze income, social security, and working conditions. I asked all these 665 individual agents about their income, and the numbers were very different. Austria, Switzerland, Iceland, Germany, Italy, Bulgaria, and Romania, they had participant numbers with larger than 30, some of them even with larger than 100. So here the numbers are quite reliable, and I think we should really take them and consider them as a real indication. While in other countries like Sweden, Finland, Slovenia, Czech Republic, and Hungary, I had less than 30 participants telling me their income. So this is just an indication, but still it is, or it gives a database idea about the situation. And this table shows us, on the one hand, first column is the median income of the respondents. So this is the median income of those who participated. The second one is the risk of poverty threshold in the country. So if you have less than 14,212 euros a year in Austria, then you are at risk of poverty. Then you see how many percent of those who responded are actually at risk of poverty in these different countries. And that is quite shocking, to be honest. In Austria and Sweden, the median income of the study participants, and that was before the pandemic in 2019, is below the at risk of poverty threshold. That means that more than half of all those who took part in the study are at risk of poverty in these countries. In Switzerland, Iceland, Germany, Italy, and Finland, the median income of the participants is only slightly above the respective threshold, meaning that 40% or more of the surveyed professionals have an income that falls below the at risk of poverty threshold, that are considered poor. An interesting finding is that in Slovenia, the Czech Republic, Bulgaria, Hungary, and Romania, and thus in all post-socialist countries, there is still a considerable risk of poverty, but it is much lower than in the other countries. That is something to dig deeper into. Another finding that is not surprising but very sad as well is that the risk of poverty is in most countries higher for women than it is for men. Despite them, and that I also have numbers on, usually having the better education than the men within the field. Okay, but because income is a measure that takes into account all kinds of income from artistic activity, but also income from social security, income from inheritance, income from renting apartments if you have one. I also and additionally ask what share of their income independent performing arts professionals actually do receive from their artistic activity. This is something with the screen. I'm sorry for these uneven numbers there. But okay. Anyways, I found out that only 22, so less than a quarter, only 22.7% of the artists involved receive all of their income from their artistic activity. 47, so almost half of them, earn up to half of their income from another activity outside of producing arts themselves. 27% of those interviewed, so more than half, earn more than half of their income from an activity outside the producing performing arts, and 2.4 say they earn all of their income, and they're still considering themselves as being part of the independent performing arts community. So in conclusion, we must constitute that in spite of long educational paths and high level of education, in spite of professionalization and institutionalization, it seems hardly possible to fully live from artistic activity throughout the European continent within the independent performing arts field. But precarity does not only constitute or is not only indicated by income, it is also indicated by protection against social contingencies such as old age, illness, or unemployment, which are also criteria for precarious work. And the field of independent performing arts is dominated by freelance or non-standard forms of employment, and thus employment for which social security has to be provided individually by own action of those who are involved, especially if you are self-employed. So the study participants were asked about their coverage of social security, and high numbers replied that they have no coverage that goes beyond basic social security. That especially refers to pension prospects and to unemployment insurance that usually are progressive. So when they get unemployed, they just fall back into basic social security and do not get any benefits. When they retire, they just fall back into basic social security and do not get any benefits. And here we found that in all parts of Europe, first is Eastern, second Northern, then Southern, then Western. In all parts of Europe, there are artists who claim. This is, of course, a self-pronouncement of the participants of the studies, but who claim that they have no coverage over the basic social security, and the problem seems to be severely larger in the southern and the eastern part than it is in the northern and in the western part of Europe. I also checked, because in some countries there are subsidized social security systems developed specifically for the arts. I also asked about whether the independent performing arts professionals surveyed are actually a part of these systems. We do have these systems in Germany and in Slovenia, and there roughly 50% of those involved said they are covered by it. We do have it in Austria, there the number is smaller. We also do have it in Finland, there the number is smaller. In the Czech Republic, Hungary, Sweden, Bulgaria, Romania, Italy, and Switzerland, there is no specific social security system that takes care of the special needs for artists. And this might be a slide that inspires for new developments in the one or the other country, or for conversation about how to develop things newly. But the topic of social security is complex. You could write a whole book about it. Every country in Europe has a different social security system, and these are just overall indications. I think it is enough to constitute that we are dealing with a precarious field of work all throughout the continent. It also shows that some countries are more developed than others. It also shows that there is potential to learn from one another. So I want to leave it at that. The next part I was looking at is working conditions, and I conceptualized working conditions with the following indicators. I said good work, and that is, there are several scientific sources that this is based on, among others from the Deutsche Gewerkschaftsbund, German Trade Union Association. There's something called the Good Work Index. That's one reference, but that doesn't count for freelance. So it's an own index that I built based on literature. And it says that a good work exists if you have adequate and sufficient income, if you have job security, that is, if you have stable, financially secure work situation with a good prospect in terms of retirement, if you have no over-exploitation, so if you do not self-exploit, and if your work is meaningful. These are the indicators that I looked at. And again, unfortunately, it's too complex to look at every country in detail, and I only have half an hour, so I give you the overall numbers for Europe. If you are more interested, please look in the paper. But here we found that with a 2.3 on a 5-point scale, professionals do not consider their income adequate or sufficient. With a 2.2 on a 5-point scale, we also see that professionals do not consider their job to be secure. With 3.6 on a 5-point scale, they consider overexploitation to be okay. So with overexploitation, it is meant that you have a positive attitude towards additional demands, that you do not consider them negative, but you say that's just part of my job, and that you are happy to work unpaid over hours in order to achieve professional goals. And that seems to be quite common within the field. Also, very important for independent performing arts is the meaningfulness of work. They do consider what they do meaningful, and this has to be brought into connection. Let me see. So I think it must be argued that the meaningfulness of the work leads to high motivation, which favors the acceptance of the precarious situation. Okay. Now I also looked at whether the social conditions have changed between the years 2019 and 2020. The interviews were conducted in the beginning of 2021. So I asked for numbers from both years, and I found that the income deteriorated overall with a mean of 3,150 euros throughout Europe. So in average, if you put all the participants together, they had 3,150 euros less in 2020 than in 2019, and that despite the fact that 58% of them said that at that point they had received Corona aid in one form or the other. Again, this is in the beginning of 2021. I think that was the low point with the hardest impact of the Corona pandemic. I hope that the funding programs worked and that things changed for the better after that. But that's what it's like. And here in the table you can see the differences. In Austria it was 2,037 euros less in the one year than the other. In Germany even 4,300 and so on. But that is not all. I also asked whether they had less contracts, whether in 2019 agents worked for a median of 4 to 6 organizations in a year. This number dropped in 2020 to 1 to 3 organizations. I also asked about the organizations. I asked about the percentage of full-time contracts they had. And I found out that the overall percentage of full-time contracts dropped with 2.7%, so 2.7% less full-time contracts in 2020 than in 2019. There was no significant decrease of full-time contracts in Eastern and Western Europe, while the decrease of 3% was in Southern Europe, and the decrease measured of 6.8% was in Scandinavia, or the north of Europe. So that's where the most full-time contracts got terminated in 2020. Of course, also fee contracts were cancelled. There were around 7.5% less fee contracts in 2020 than in 2019, which has to do with the fact that all theaters had to close in that year. It is clear, but it shows that there is a problem. Furthermore, 67.9% of all the individuals surveyed perceived the coronavirus pandemic as a threat to their professional livelihoods. And when the decline in income, contracting, and employment is considered against the backdrop of the pandemic, they have every reason to do so. And even though the situation has been little documented before, and there was not way too much scientific work done to it, a lot of work is on the way to improve on it. And I think this is the good news about it. This first part of the presentation was rather sad. I hope I can turn it into a more positive direction that will inspire the rest of this conference that we have today. In the paper to which I refer, there are more detailed considerations on governance, and I do not have the time to really go into it way too much. I just want to present you some of the results. I did ask both the experts from the associations and the participants in the study whether they perceive to have influence on governance processes, whether they think that they can contribute in one way or the other. And there are differences that I could found. In Germany and Austria, there's a high perception of being able to contribute. In Sweden, for example, the community thinks there is a high chance for governance, but the experts from the associations claim that, well, we are asked to sit on the table, but our opinion is not really considered that much. And then, as a general trend, you could find that in Western and Northern Europe, there is more governance in place, more successful governance structures in place than there are in the South and in the East of Europe. But I also ask, and this is what I want to end on, I ask the communities to please describe 3 cultural policy changes to which their association has contributed and which have had a positive impact on the independent performing arts in their country. And I did a summary analysis according to Myron, so a qualitative summary analysis, trying to extract the main points of things that have changed for the better within the different countries studied. And I just want to read that out to inspire and to show that change is possible and contribution is possible and that it is happening at some places as well. Association representatives describe creating solidarity-based forms of networking at the local, national, and international levels, and coordinating common positions on specific issues as the basis of their work and governance, as well as increasing the field's public and political visibility and creating regular opportunities for conversations with politicians, both private and public, with government officials and administrators. In addition, participating in committees and performing tasks for cultural administrators are means of achieving socioeconomic involvement. As concrete achievements, they describe ongoing constructive dialogue with administrators and governments on collaborative developments of policies and legislations, the co-design of coronavirus aid programs and other funding tools, participation in restructuring processes of subsidy systems, creating new access to existing funding instruments, lobbying for and participating in the creation of new venues, introducing guidelines and minimum fees, participating in processes that lead to increase in cultural budgets, improving transparency in the allocation of funding, improving professionalization opportunities for agents, and improving access to social security system for arts professionals in some countries. So things are happening, even though it appears that some of these achievements are rather isolated or local instances and do not count for the entire continent, even though there are major differences between countries. And one of these countries I do want to highlight, one of these differences I do want to highlight, representatives from Hungary and Slovenia report that their governments are not that interested in cooperating with the association and even sometimes actively work against them, and that therefore means of protest, like demonstration, public statements, petitions, etc., are resorted to in an attempt to gain new political recognition. So in conclusion, the institutionalization process of independent performing arts in Europe is advanced. In many European countries, the agents guarantee reliability in form of reproducing structures and expectable outcomes based on rules and principles. The independent performing arts have established themselves as an organizational field in each of the country's studies. They present independent structures, forms of organizations and corporations that exist autonomously from state and commercial theater, against the background of the prevailing risk of poverty, the lack of social security in many places, the high workload, and the overall exploitation of labor, is really something to be considered, and that of utmost urgency, and to be considered best in international comparison of best practice. The precarious labor situation offers great challenges in all parts of Europe, especially since the coronavirus pandemic continuously exacerbates, that's a difficult word, worsens worsens the existing problems, and the continuous and intensive international exchange between cultural politicians, administrators, associations, and artists about possible solutions to the escalating problems created by the crisis is absolutely necessary in order to profit from tried and proven governance models from one another, which can help to protect the field and its agents from further damage. And I hope that in that spirit, we will have an exciting conference today. Thank you. I do not know how the time schedule is. Maybe there's not too much time for questions. Is there? No. No, I was long, huh? Here you can krisengefüge.theaterwissenschaft.unimünchen.de. Here you can download the article. That's what I wanted to tell you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, welcome back everyone. I hope you're all refreshed so we can start into our second section for today's conference called Fair Politics, or as I teased earlier, it might as well just be called Unfair Politics. As our speakers will tell us about the dire situation the independent performing arts face in some parts of Europe at least. Our speakers will talk about the withdrawal of funding in Slovenia, the political clampdown on dissenting artistic voices in Belarus, and the fallout of what has cynically been called the Pax Theatrum, the theatre piece, which saw the Hungarian state and the city of Budapest divide the theatre scene practically between them. In the following discussion, we will then see if we can find a way out of this situation and move forward, and how we might be able to also help at the European level. In the nature of this conference being a hybrid event, we're also going to see a live presentation by Inga Remeta. We are going to hear from the Belarusian community, theatre community, via a pre-recorded message, and we're also going to have a Zoom presentation by Oniko Ratz from Hungary. So first up is Inga Remeta. Just to give a quick introduction of who she is. She is the artistic as well as business manager of Glej Theatre in Ljubljana, but more importantly, she is the president of the Slovenian association Asociacija, which represents non-governmental organizations and individuals in the general field of culture, and she's also, happy to say that, the vice president of the European Association of Independent Performing Arts. So I'm pleased to introduce her and welcome her to the stage.
Hello, I'm glad to be here and to be a part of this conference. I prepared my introductional speech, but during this conference I was thinking, actually how to start with. Because when we hear the stories of Ukraine and Belarus and the other countries, I must say that we are still in a privileged position according to those countries. But as we were facing much better situation in Slovenia, and as we know that the good practices are possible, we are still fighting and we are still complaining about the current situation. And I will tell you now a few facts that are happening right now in Slovenia. And when I start talking about it, I always like to make short introduction to the situation that we had 2 years ago. So we are a rather small country with not that high budget for the culture, but at least what we had was a system which was functioning. We had the regular rhythm of the open calls, which offered us, the secure way of work and existence. We had, and we still have, status for self-employed artists, which is really a good status for the artists, freelancers. And we were always in a pool of those countries who were like example of the good practices in cultural politics and cultural work. But since 2019, the big change came. Of course, it all started with the COVID and Corona epidemic, which we all faced. So a lot of bad and negative things happened, and we are still dealing with consequences due to that. But maybe the biggest shock that we are facing still is also the change in government. So in the beginning of the 2019, when the Corona arrived, we also got a new government, right-wing government, which was totally ready with implementations of their strategical stops and cultural politics. So, as you heard, as Thomas said, that we, in this presentation that he had, that Slovenia is one of those countries where we stressed that there is no conversation or communication with our decision makers, and that's true. But luckily, on the municipality levels, we are heard and we do collaborate a lot with the municipalities in the whole country, especially in Ljubljana. So thanks to them, we are maybe finding the easier way out from the situation that we are leading now. So everything that I will also talk about is more or less considering Ministry of the Culture, which we have now. So yes, conversation stopped. Actually, they managed in first steps that they did is canceling or blocking the conversation with dialogue or working groups that we have. So this is practice that we had for more than decades. We established two working groups. One is for the independent organizations and one is for the freelancers in the field. So we were in the constant communication. It was the monthly rhythm of talking and getting together and discussing the situation. So current ministry stopped that conversation totally. It happened also through the procedures of invention law for the corona, so they were not that active that we expected. So we managed to bring some positive things for the sector through the other ministries, organizations, and other channels, not that much through the ministry itself. The second thing, which also happened really fast and radically, and it does not consider performing art directly, but it is a signal of the cultural politics that they are leading now, was blocking the financing of the film center, which is the general agency which covers movie production in Slovenia. And they did the same to the STA. This is the state press agency, which was also like a general agency for the press, for the media in Slovenia. So they're still not paying it. They're doing it. So actually, they're not willing to do it. So we try to achieve payments through the Slovenian law, and they didn't obey decisions of the law too, of the council. And then we asked European Union to help us with it. So the same information came from the European Parliament to our ministry, and they were obliged to pay or just to unblock or to put the money fluently goes, and they didn't obey that too. So that was also the signal that they're just not willing to obey any rules or whatever, but just going directly into realization of their plans. The third thing is was actually happened really fastly. The minister himself said that we have too many freelancers or the cultural workers with special status of cultural workers, and that we will reduce that number. And they're really doing it fastly and very efficient too. Maybe the thing that influenced on the independent performing arts are changes in the laws and regulations that we have. So one of the crucial change that happened was the change of regulation of naming the expertise groups or judge groups who are making decision on the open calls and programs which are financed by Ministry of the Culture. So that change was pushed, and actually they managed to change it, no matter that the State Council was against it. And we also have in Slovenia, this is called a National Board of Arts. This is formal body, which is the relevant body for the cultural questions, and everybody who is making any kind of the cultural politics needs to talk with them to reflect the needs of the change. So this body was also against it, but they, no matter what, they changed it. So what is happening now is actually that all judge groups that we have, or expert groups that we have, are with the people who are named directly by the minister. So they didn't do it through the transparent and democratic way, what was the practice before. But now we have groups of the people who were directly invited to do so. So you can imagine also how it reflects to the the results and the open calls. The other thing that was changed is also the bureaucracy law, which is not that much about the culture. We have just one chapter for the culture in it, and this one is also the crucial ones, and it's really bad for the culture sector. And it says that no matter the decision of expertise and judge decisions, the main and final decision can be made by the ministry himself or herself. So this is also the new thing that we have, which is kind of terrifying, but we will see what will happen with that also. And the third thing is also national cultural program that we have. We didn't have that for 7 years, and just 2 weeks ago we accepted the new ones written by the current ministry. This document was also accepted no matter the expertise from the field, State Council and other relevant organizations were against it. It was accepted. The independent scene was, of course, against it too, because the long-term thinking of independent scene in that document is really very wrong placed. They want to connect it to the institutional houses and companies and private sectors. So they don't see independent scene as a self-resistance and sector that is capable of living and producing by itself. So this is something that we have now for 7 next years. We will see how we will approach to that and what we will do with it. Maybe just for the beginning, those few facts which we are facing now, and through the discussions we can talk more. Maybe I would just say that the biggest shock or the thing that I'm dealing with is actually how fast and efficient things can be ruined and just ruin to the end. And I'm just wondering how much time we will need again to set up things into the phase or status that we had before and to come again on the zero green positive line. So maybe that's just the shortly, and I'm open for the discussion and more details after these presentations. Okay.
Thank you so much, Inga, for this account, and which really comes to show that the destruction is always more rapid than actually the building up of the infrastructure that supports independent performing artists in Europe. For our next contribution, we have a pre-recorded video by the Theatre Community Belarus, which is an independent association which was set up after the violence of the authorities after the presidential elections in August 2020. So I think we're all familiar with that happening in Belarus. And later on, we will also be joined by one of their representatives via Zoom. So I'm really happy we have someone here to speak to later on as well. But first, we're just going to show this video.
According to Oxford Dictionary, the word Belarusian became one of the words of 2020, reaching its peak of frequency of worldwide usage in August, right after the controversy surrounding the orchestrated presidential election. The notorious COVID dissident policy, the demonstrations marked the awakening, renewal, the rise of the nation in its dedication to bring an end to the period of long-drawn authoritarian regime. The activities of cultural actors during the protests highlighted their role as important agents of social change. However, the mass protests didn't reach their aim straightforwardly, as the authorities refused any attempts to hold a dialogue and instead started a disproportionately destructive backlash and targeted repressions. The Belarusian cultural landscape has changed dramatically, and as of September 2021 remains volatile and fragile amidst the extremely turbulent period caused both by the delayed consequences of COVID-19 pandemic and the socio-political earthquake. For many cultural actors, personal safety, freedom of speech and expression, and sometimes mere life in the country remain unattainable privileges. The urgent question for cultural actors is how to operate within such a toxic and dangerous environment when, in fact, the Belarusian culture went through a collapse and entered the mode of survivalism.
What is happening in Belarusian theater now? After the collapse of the Soviet Union, the government's control over art weakened, but in the early 2000s, it was no longer possible to get rid of it. Repressions in the cultural sphere were quiet at stage-wise and were preventive. Recommendations for holding events, the need for approvals and touring certificates, officials who come to art events, the system began to actively limit art tools, and by 2010 this reality had become commonplace. This influenced the formation of cultural identity. It gave an impetus for the development of the arts, but at the same time caused total fatigue from the need to comply with conditional restrictions. By 2015, interdisciplinary spaces began to open massively in Belarus, offering a platform for relatively free art. Artists began to actively find ways to reclaim their creative freedom, of course, still under a certain amount of censorship. And this freedom didn't apply to radical art bordering on prohibited content. Cultural figures just wanted to express ideas close to them in a new language. On August 27, 2021, it became known that the Center of Visual and Performing Arts Art Corporation was liquidated in Minsk without explanation.
Sergei Romanovich, я с училища.
Art Corporation was established in 2012. Director and founder, theater producer Angelika Krashevskaya. The center held such large-scale festivals as the Listopad Film Festival, the Teart International Theater Festival, organized film and theater projects, exhibitions, regularly hosted broadcasts of performances from all over the world, discussions and lecture halls. The liquidation of Art Corporation is a rollback for the entire Belarusian culture. Because this is not only about the closing of the theater festival. This is a closed window to the achievements of world art. Because the Center of Visual and Performing Arts is also a talk theater, a space for experiments of Belarusian directors. This is Theater HD, the best operas, ballets, performances on the screen that will never reach Minsk. This is the loss of the point of consolidation of the professional community. That's why we, the representatives of the independent theater of Belarus, scattered in several countries due to the current situation, unite our efforts to develop projects and search for opportunities to survive and develop professionally. Representatives of the Independent Theatre of Belarus, whose professional activities over the past year have become impossible due to their political positions, the closure of venues, and liquidation of active social and cultural organizations, are joining their efforts to find opportunities to survive in the profession. The Belarus theatre community is informal and self-organizing. We present our manifesto, where we invite colleagues as well as potentially interested institutions from the theatre and other arts to search together for projects that are important for the preservation of the Belarusian theatre, regardless of where it's now forced to exist. There's a part of it.
We, the Belarus theatre community, are an independent association of the Belarusian theatre workers who spoke out against the lawlessness and violence of the authorities after the presidential elections in August 2020. We appeal for support and assistance to our colleagues and specialized institutions around the world. Over the year of the ongoing political crisis in Belarus, repressions by the state against artists who publicly express support for democratic reforms have become systemic. In the first half of 2021 alone, 621 cases of violation of cultural rights and human rights against cultural workers were recorded. Today, many independent theatre groups and representatives of culture in Belarus are deprived by the state of the possibility to work. Cultural venues are being closed, legal funding opportunities are being rapidly reduced, and non-governmental organizations are being liquidated. Representatives of the theatrical art are fired for political reasons, followed by a ban on future employment. But we continue to look for possibilities of interaction within the community and support from outside for the development and preservation of the Belarusian theatre. With its significant history, which is now systematically destroyed by state repression, we are appealing to our foreign colleagues and partners for assistance.
As representatives of the community note, our association currently exists without a formal status, but its activities will serve as a prototype for a professional association that informs the theatrical community about current opportunities for work and education, and also coordinates the preparation for participation. In the future, potentially capable of organizing jobs and/or searching for them. Protects the rights of its members, develops standards of legal support and awareness of theatre workers, promotes the importance of theatre inclusion for socially vulnerable groups, as well as support for LGBTQ+ theatres, revives and develops the institution of theatre criticism, including the Belarusian theatre in international, regional contexts. Having in our team ambassadors of independent theatre, both in Belarus and abroad, our working group formulated a number of possible formats of cooperation with potential partners, which we are ready to provide to all those who are concerned about the fate of the Belarusian theatre. We are actors, performers, dancers, composers, sound designers, directors, playwrights, theatre experts, theatre managers, set designers, videographers, and technical services. If you are interested in supporting our partnership, you can contact us by email theatrecommunity.by@gmail.com.
Well, thank you, even though no one's here to receive those things, but I think that was a really powerful and forceful presentation of what's going on in Belarus and how we can help as a community in Europe as well. For our next presentation, we have Aniko Rath from Hungary, and she's going to present via Zoom. She is, just to give a quick introduction, responsible for strategic development and international relations at Sin Art Center in Budapest. She's also the co-programmer at Sziget Dance and Theatre Festival in Budapest, and she serves in an advisory position on the board of IETM, the International Network for Contemporary Performing Arts. And I hope we can reach her. Yeah, there she is. Great. Great to have you here, and thank you.
It's difficult to speak after this presentation, but I'll try to do my best. I'm Aniko, arts manager from Budapest, and I'm very happy to be here with you today via Zoom. In this very short time I was given, I will mainly talk about money and the funding system. And I hope that the story will be unfolded further on in the discussion part. Listening to Inga and to, watching the film from Belarus, I was wondering again that how do we explain this intricate system of using and abusing power or everyday realities when this social contract between power and large part of the society is broken. It's so difficult to explain it, but I will give it a try. To describe the performing arts scene in Hungary, it may be good to start with the statement that this is the country of theaters. The number of theater companies and formations established in the past 10 years is just incredible. And in order to explain how it is possible, I need to go back a little bit in time, something like 10, 12 years. And if I could have the second slide, I don't know if you can see it, but I hope you do. So the large number of theaters is rooted in the previous system of private funding in the performing arts. Between 2011 and 2018, private companies were allowed to give 10% of their corporate tax to performing arts organizations, NGOs, and also public ones. And the theaters could take this support up to 80% of their box office. Those theaters could receive such funds and support that were registered at the ministry's Performing Arts Office. So this registration became extremely important for financial reasons. The money was considered as state funding, and the spendings had to be reported to the National Treasury. And this whole system had some consequences. Not just state and city theaters, but also the independent scene were increasingly interested in staging shows that would attract larger publics because of their box office. And this worked against their experimentation. And also the state could gradually decrease the normal funding of theaters, saying that they receive money from businesses. Commercial theater initiatives started emerging, productions for entertainment featuring celebrities, and the notion of independence started to get really blurred. Previously, it was mainly an aesthetic category. And the system had the independent scene as well, bringing new money in and new partnerships with the for-profit sector. Nevertheless, the corruption was enormous. Organizations were established just to make use of this possibility. Box offices could be reported from international presentations with a simple sheet of paper. Agencies were set up by former ministry people to get the registration and to connect registered organizations with corporations in return of a percentage. By the time this law was abolished, the total amount of such support was 10 million euros, which is huge in this country. The government announced the withdrawal of the law in October 18, with an effect on January the 1st, 2019. So this was in the middle of a theater season. Theaters were already budgeting for these incomes for the whole year, so it was done very quickly. And the communication about the reason of the abolishment was that it was a form of legal tax evasion and the corruption needed to be stopped. However, it also had some political reasons, as a huge amount of funding of the arts was outside the control of the ministry, and this needed to end. It was promised that the same amount of funds will be given to the performing arts scene, but in a new application system established by the ministry, funds awarded by the minister. And so it happened. And if you could show the third slide. So how it was transferred, that it's not the whole amount now, but about 7 million euros is awarded every year by the minister in this scheme, but also music, choirs, amateur folk dance ensembles are also integrated in it. Open calls are announced for operation. Projects included some very special activities such as horse theaters, so-called projects for heroic moments of our history, just to mention a few of them. It is called the surplus fund. Apart from projects, organizations can supplement their operational budgets on top of their regular operational grant that we have since 2003. This normal operational grant was significantly decreased. In 2015 it was 3 million and now it is 1.4 million. As for the surplus fund, we don't know what kind of schemes will be announced. Last year, for example, there was no call for operational funding of independent theaters, those that have a house and infrastructure. First, we thought it was a mistake. Then phone calls were made and it turned out that there is a concept behind it, that this year houses of independent theater are not preferred and not supported. We don't know who decide about the funds. We don't know when the calls will be announced. Schemes are announced at various times. We only know about it when it's out. We never know when it would be out or if it will be announced at all. Just to give you an example how it's happening, last year, with operational and project application, let's say once a scheme was announced, let's say 100 applications were submitted. Then somebody, we don't know who, decided about the first 50 applications. The lists were announced. We wait for the decision of the other 50. We don't know if our application has been refused or if we are still waiting for the result. We still wait for it. Nobody can answer this question. In a month's time, there is another 20 announced. We still wait. Then we start making phone calls. We try to figure out if we should still wait for the decision or replan our whole season. Then in December, they announced that they have run out of money and our application in their online system suddenly gets that either lack of resources or rejected. So as you may see, this is a system of no real transparent procedures. It is one that doesn't consider the field as partners, real like service providers, but beneficiaries. Applications are now called fund requests. So we have to request this money. And it's also a system that is very good to divide the independent scene as well. Some get the money, some don't. Those who got the money last year may not get it this year. There is no justification. It teaches the players to be careful, to be silent, and to collaborate in a way, to try and make connections with the people in power, to push their case in an informal way, to not to take on solidarity even if they see injustice, as their own applications may be still in and they wait for the decision. Organizations appear, the ones that I was talking about, and also new ones, on the results sheet that have just been established with crazy amount of funds, no history of activities. National traditional initiatives are preferred with techy commercial content really. And if we could just have very quickly to the fourth slide to show you an example. This is Urban Werbung. It's a folk dance company. In 2022, this year, they had a funding of 420,000 euros just for operations, and it helped them because the picture at the bottom, they already now have 5 dancers, not just 4. So in comparison, the total budget for operational support of dance organizations is just 380,000 euros. I think I will not talk about the 5th slide, but maybe we will talk about it in the discussion because I'm guessing my time is up. So that's I'm going to tell you all about later on. Thank you.
Is there any connection to Polina? Polina?
Yeah, hello, can you hear me?
Oh, great, yeah. Hey, how are you?
Yeah, hello.
I'm just going to introduce you quickly. We don't have a picture of you today. We only have you via your audio. So Polina Dobrowolskaya is an actor from Belarus who now lives in Poland, and she's a representative of the Belarus theater community, and I'm especially happy to have her here, even if it's only on the audio side of things. So, Polina, maybe we can start with you. Well, first off, how does it feel to be basically a theatre maker on the run, and where lies the future of a future generation of theatre makers in Belarus if they are not able to basically get the education and get the productions done in their own country? Maybe you can elaborate on that.
That's a difficult question. But firstly, I want to say that I want to thank maybe each of you for letting me enter this communication with you, firstly. And secondly, answering your question, I always think about that we need to connect and communicate with different nations and making different collaborations, and that's why that's not so difficult to find people that are close to you mentally, and not only mentally. Now I'm in Poland, in Warsaw, and Belarusian culture are very close to Polish culture and Czech culture, for example, Lithuanian. That's why we can find a lot of languages, even theater languages, that we can speak together. And I think that the only way that we can live in such a difficult situation, not only in our country but in Ukraine too, and I think that um, that that we can create so many interesting things. Thankfully, to this hard situation.
Okay, and can you tell us anything more specific about maybe your gender or any progress regarding, you talked about the sort of agenda you have with the European Union and how you want to mobilize them basically to fight on your account as well. Have you made any progress in that regard, or do you expect or hope for any help from the European Association or any of the other European members?
Yes, of course, and I definitely can say that we feel this help. And for example, there will be a theater festival this summer, Belarus Theater Festival in Poland. After that, a lot of theaters with an independent and governmental theaters. They from all over Europe. They want to work with Belarusian theater workers, and we try to keep in touch with them. So our work is going wider and wider, and I feel happiness from it. And I think that I think that the main thing that I want to say is that we need to understand that every problem that is outside us, maybe in different countries, not in your countries, but they're close to you. In every moment of our lives, it can be our problem. It can be our fighting, and we just need to continue listening to people, and that's why we're doing theater, I think. That's the main goal that I try to tell everyone with whom I have a communication from the name of Belarusian theater community, just to be in touch and try to find solutions to this difficult situation all over the world.
Okay, thank you. And is there any hope for you to return, maybe to Belarus, and also, you know, probably have to address the elephant in the room, and you addressed it earlier as well, the situation in Ukraine, and how that puts you in a very
No,
difficult spot as
unfortunately,
well.
oh,
Can
no,
you hear me?
unfortunately, I cannot return to my country, and such as um, my colleagues, we cannot turn back because um, when we when we just come to Belarus, we will be in prison, like in the moment, from the border, and that's why we need to now we need to speak about our problem more and more loudly, and uh, not to forget about people who are in Belarus now. That's why, for example, maybe only can speak from our name of Belarusian theater community, because half more than half of people are in Belarus now, and they cannot do not only theater but any cultural processes because they're all closed, and uh, and that's why we're trying from one hand to be loud and from another hand not to tell our names because it's really dangerous.
Well, that's really sad to hear that there's no hope of returning one day. And well, thank you so much for sharing that personal account of how the Belarusian theatre community is coping with that immensely hard situation at the moment. I'm just gonna address Inga and Annika here, and I'm just gonna ask you basically, you know, we've heard about this sort of how your governments, both your governments, are basically using the crises, whether it be the financial crisis in 2009 or now it's the COVID crisis, how they're using funding cuts, as well as that way, you know, that shady way of dealing with nominations for juries and actually heads of cultural institutions like Trafo and so on in Hungary. So my question is really, you know, how do you deal with that complete breakdown of communication and dialogue with a government that's so set on basically cracking down on any dissenting voices?
Maybe I will just name the difference that I just saw when I compare Hungary and the things that Aniko said. So in the processes of decisions who will be financed and who will not, in Slovenia we are still transparent. So we have precise procedure, but the difference in our country is now that the people who are sitting in the jury, we know who they are and what their capacity is and how they will decide. So that part of transparency is actually covered by ministry, you know, like, okay, we have expertise and experts who will decide who will get the money and who will not get the money. So the whole procedure itself is like clear and very democratic, but in the very beginning, when the names were published, we all know what the result actually will be. And maybe also interesting information for Slovenia is that actually now we are and this is the truth that our ministry is communicating, and it's that the fact that we have the highest budget for the culture ever, even before the 2009. But the main thing is that we never, and I'm saying we as organization Asociacja and also the other structures, we never find out how this money will be separated, how they will spend it, and what this money is for. This is one tricky thing, and the other one is when we were doing this rebalance of the budget, they actually, the only item where they took money from the budget, and it was more than $1.5 million was on the item from which the independent organizations and freelancers are financed through. So this is actually the sign how their
thinking about the NGO sector. And I would say it's not just transparent on the cultural sector. This is something that is happening to the all independent and organizations and civil society in the Slovenia. So ecology, economy, whatever. So the strategic plan is just to put away NGOs and to do things through the other formats. And if I go back to the communication, it's really hard because no matter which party was at the ministry in the history of Slovenia, we always had an entry point. So we were always understood as a partners in crime. We were always understood like partner who thinks and who wants things to be better, not just for the sector, but also to make easier procedures, projects and stuff for the ministry itself. And now we are totally without any communication. And as I said you before, it's not just about us as a scene, but the level of communication with other ministries is also the same. So it's really very problematic because a lot of things are just, staying in the middle, or even worse, they're not staying, but, through the other channels, they're pushing their agenda anyway, and they're very successful in it. So I would also say that we tried, and we are still trying, to come and to talk with them through the different ways, channels, organizations. But in this period, it's totally impossible. But if you talk to the ministry or if you read their PR texts and informations, you will see and you will hear something totally different. So they're really hardworking, they are open, they are into the international cooperations and blah, blah, blah. So it's also a thing of propaganda which is going on, which we didn't face before. So the reality of the sector is something totally different that the communication from the ministry is putting out to the public. So we are quite stuck, but we really hope that the things will change. We have elections in April, and we are of course very realistic about it because no matter who will come, the procedure and time for catching up the things and settling things back to the basics or to the things will be long. So this is something that it's really terrifying because you already know the facts of independent scene are not that brilliant. The Thomas was also saying about freelancers in Slovenia, for example. We already, before the crisis, we had 1/3 of people with status of cultural workers under the line on poverty. And during the Corona time, this number doubled. So the situation is really not bad. And of course, incomes from the ticket offices, international collaborations, everything stopped. So what we need now in this phase is actually extra support, extra understanding of the needs, and not blocking even that we had before. So maybe just that.
Thank you, Inga. I'm just going to ask you the same question, Annika, and maybe we can also add on, because Inga really talked about the fact that it's throughout industries and sectors. It's not just the independent performing arts sector, but it's many sectors, which, really begs the question as well, what about cross-sectoral alliances? And I think Hungary is a really great example of that, in the sense that you actually sort of had an alliance with the student protests in 2012, for example. So how does that work? And how does that maybe help and give a pathway forward?
I'm hearing myself in my ear. That's just a technical thing. So it's not just the performing arts, yes, it's the visual arts, it's literature, it's education. There's a huge strike of teachers. We are 10 days away from our general elections. So this is also a very, very special moment. And then we have a war in the neighboring country. So that's also a very special time in history. And artists themselves are asking themselves whether it's justified what they are doing. So there is this question going on in the independent sector, that is it necessary or is it okay that I'm doing what I'm doing with all these odds against the whole system and me on a personal level? Well, we don't have a Ministry of Culture. It's called the Ministry of Human Resources, which is together with education, health, sports and culture. Our minister is a doctor who is really interested in national genetics, and he's a religious advocate, and the deputy minister for culture is a magician. So that's how we are. And they are explicitly communicating. It's not even behind doors. It's not even on phone calls. It's in the media that our job is not to support critical culture, because this is the state money, and we are going to support art and culture, which is in line with the national values that we advocate. So it's not even a secret, and it's very explicit. So, and if you are in line with that, you are going to be fine. So it's very simple rhetorics, and it gives you a real simple guideline how you should be behaving in order to survive. So there is no, and that's the discussion, that's it, we start from there. Are you with us? Okay, we are going to talk to you. Are you critical? Then we don't have anything to talk about. So that's how the communication goes, really. What was your question? Because I was listening to you.
I think you answered many parts of that question. Okay. But yeah, no, I wanted to press you on that point of sort of cross-sectoral alliance. So especially, you know, with regard to other sectors and fields, like when you teamed up in 2012 with the student protests. So how is that working out? Because I've got this one quote by one of the board members of FES, which is the Association of Independent Performing Arts in Hungary, Adrian Subek, and she actually said, oppressive politics can bring about alliances and collaborations. However, existential insecurity and burnout endanger both advocacy and activism. So she actually illustrates that there is potential in the country for cross-sectoral alliance, but at the same time, a kind of self-preservation also hinders and obstructs that.
It may just be a very personal opinion or observation about this, but I don't really see that. I think that the existential crisis and preservation of my little things is, I haven't seen much of that lately, especially after COVID. So everybody is worried about their own little thing. And the teachers, like the problem of education and healthcare, that we pay attention to, but I always have the feeling that we just don't cross, like the independent sector or the performing arts sector, we don't cross that line of being heard. It's always happening in such a small circle. So there is not much media interest in it. It's very difficult to get through that noise. Sometimes I wonder whether we are always talking to ourselves, to the same people about our problems. So I'm not observing that much, at least lately.
Okay, thank you. Maybe I can, throw that question back at you. Do you experience any of that?
I would share the same things as Aniko. So in Slovenia, we are very into the, intersectoral or whatever, or corporations, but actually it does not exist. We really talk about it and we really try to develop the system of it, but it doesn't work that much. NGOs are very connected to the educational systems, so we are really collaborating a lot on different levels. So from the high schools, even kindergartens and stuff like this, and we are working also hardly to change curriculums and stuff like this. And I would say that we are successful in it, but this is also a thing that we need each other you know, to be more qualitative, and the educational system in a way understands that. But when we go to the, you know, more economical things, actually they're not interested into any kind of collaboration. Maybe just briefly to say that in Organizacja Asociacja, 2 years ago we started with a project that we called Certificate for the Culture. So we are doing it with different kinds of companies. So what we do is actually approaching to them and making, you know, team buildings, or, you know, any cultural. Actually, we are trying to work with their workers through the theater or other, you know, visual music methods, and make them more successful or whatever in the companies. And then they get the certificate for it. And we are very successful with it. It was really very well represented and accepted. But the way to achieve and to convince company that this is something good for them, you know, to having a library in the, I don't know, the company that sells cars, you know, when they were waiting, just to have super cool exhibition or library, it's really good for them and for us. And we now have much more and more companies who are really opening their eyes and putting the more importance to the culture. But generally, it's just, you know, we as an NGO or independent scene are killing ourselves to improve again and again that the work that we are doing is good, is important, not just for ourselves, but generally. So it's also, Annika, I would say that sometimes we always, we are asking ourselves why. You know, I'm not working my job just because I'm happy to do it, but because of the importance of that work. And we are constantly trying to find, compliment or improvement of the work that we do, and it's not going that easy as we would like to. So, of course, we talk a lot about different kinds of collaborations, but it's not going that easily or good as we wanted to.
Okay, but that's really interesting, though, that you use that sort of subversive techniques as well, those approaches in a kind of, infiltration manner, so to speak.
You know, you have 1 billion of companies who have this family company with a family certificate, like pleasant to the families and whatever, and we said, okay, maybe this is some entry point, why not for the culture itself? And we tried, and it was really good. Because we also noticed, even before COVID, and in COVID especially, it was really present, that actually culture as a value in Slovenia is really very low into the system of the, other values. So we said, okay, let's do something. Once when we will achieve culture as a value, to be in the first 5, then we are getting somewhere. We are not there yet. We are still very down, but I think that the general opinion of Kandor must be changed, like not just on national level, but also in European and international level, because it's not there that where we would like to be.
Yeah, and on that note, I'm just going to ask the same question again regarding Slovenia and Hungary. Is there anything you can expect or want, the European Union maybe to do? Because, as you said, there are cases where actually juries and courts make verdicts to actually say, hey, the government has to, get that funding out to the artists. So, but they refuse. They flat out refuse. So, is there any way or any means to maybe put pressure on the EU, or do you hope for anything from them?
What we mainly do is that we work on the field and we have alliances all over Europe, and we try and keep these networks alive, and we try and as somebody who is working in a production house, whenever somebody is asking me what can we do for you, I always answer that be interested in the Hungarian artists. Go and see shows, try and collaborate with them. That's the most that you can do. And what I can do is to make Hungarian arts visible outside the country. So for me, it's really on the field, working with good colleagues. It's not the agenda of politics, culture now, I think. I mean, listening to politicians now 10 days away from the general elections, you don't hear anything about culture, not even from the opposition. So it's not in their agenda. I don't see it being important right now. It's not even something that you put on your flag to campaign with it. So on a large scale, it somehow feels to be unimportant compared to all the other issues that we are dealing with.
Okay, thank you. So basically the sad conclusion is it's up to the artists once again to actually adapt to the situation, and there's no way forward with policy making or advocacy. Okay, well, it's a sad point to end this conversation, but at the same time I think it's given us much to think about of how we can maybe help each other in the long term, also on the European level. But I say thank you very, very much to Inga, Anniko, and also Paulina. Thank you once again. Great to have you all here. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna move on to the next section, which is called Fairness Process Austria, and I'm especially happy to be able to welcome a representative from the Austrian government. It's Brigitte Winkler-Komar. She's head of Department for Music and Performing Arts at the Austrian Federal Ministry of Arts and Culture, Civil Service and Sport, where they are responsible for the administrative implementation of the fairness process in Austria. And I think we're all very keen, especially after last year's International Fairness Symposium at the Wiener Konzerthaus, to hear much more about the promised results of the gender report, the findings of the survey regarding the fair pay gap, as well as the current status of the Counseling Center for Victims of Sexual Offences and Discrimination, as well as an update on the work of the Focus Group Fairness Codex, as well as the revised legislation of the Theatre Work Act. So I hope I'm not promising too much. And thank you so much for being here, Brigitte Winkler-Komar.
Good morning again. Thank you for having me. Well, I said that I'm quite impressed by the presentations that have been given so far, and of course also concerned. And it's probably or maybe a bit challenging to give a presentation in the name of a ministry after what I just heard about the neighboring countries, which is of course really sad. I just want to point out Austria is a democracy. We stand for transparency, and when it comes to our ministry and our division for arts and culture, I think we consider ourselves as a very service-oriented, transparent body, and I think we undertake quite, and we have a very good communication with the stakeholders. I do hope so. Okay, let's start with my presentation. I will give you a short overview over the Austrian fairness process. I'm not going to meet all the topics you kindly introduced because I was not given this information, but I will give you an overview of the Austrian fairness process. Well, please proceed to the next slide. Well, in our current government program from 2020 to 2024, you can find a paragraph stating that we are obliged to negotiate a fair pay strategy with the regions and the cities in Austria. This is basically part of our government program. And the fairness process, in our view, has two main goals, and these two goals are: we want to create more fairness in the independent sector in Austria, and we would like to implement fair pay, which is crucial to make the level field and the playing field fairer. So in order to create a constructive situation, we formed two groups. We formed the Working Group of Fairness with representatives of the regional and federal level, and we created the Forum Fairness and invited the stakeholders in arts and culture to discuss all the matters with us on a very frequent schedule. Well, before going into the details, I need to tell you that the primary competence for art funding in Austria lies with the regions. So in order for the federal level to change something, we really need the cooperation of the regional level. They all have regional laws, we have a federal law, but we do need a really sound cooperation to change the sector. And of course we need, and this is of utmost importance, we need the sectors themselves and we need the stakeholders to change the things dramatically. I think we achieved quite a bit, but it's a difficult task, and it's a task that needs patience, but also cooperation by everybody involved. Next slide, please. Well, when we started discussing the topic of fair pay, first we thought, okay, let's talk about fair pay, let's do a study, and then we will easily come to a conclusion. Well, we easily found out that this is really, really difficult. When you start talking about fair pay, you instantly see that fair pay is part of a much broader field. And this field is called fairness. In order to have fair pay, you need fair contracts. You need to know what you're talking about when you talk about fair pay. What does that mean precisely? And how high is the gap we need to tackle? And we need to discuss with the regions. So there are so many questions. And then, of course, we have the minimum fees introduced by the stakeholders. But these minimum fees, as you all know, have a quite strong tension with the competition law of the European Union. So we needed to talk to lawyers first. So we contracted a legal expert opinion at the University of Vienna at Juridicum to find out what can we do legally with the minimum fees. You all know the minimum fees are not negotiated with someone. So the stakeholders really found a very interesting way to come up with minimum fees, but they are not the result of collective bargaining. Because as you all know, in big theaters we have collective agreements. What does that mean? It means that you have two sides negotiating a contract, and at the end of this negotiation you have fees. You sign into a contract for a year and then you start negotiating again. And this is what we do not have in the independent sector. We have the minimum fees, but they cannot be mandatory at the moment. It's simply impossible because they contradict EU competition law. So this is what we needed to find out first, and the stakeholders asked us to do contract a legal opinion, and we did, of course. When we talk about fairness, it's also not only about the legal and financial questions, it's also about mutual respect and trust. This is why the stakeholders came to us and said, well, why don't we try to negotiate and set up a sort of fairness codex? Well, we looked at it, we looked at the Dutch example, which is basically the best practice in Europe. And we thought, yeah, let's try that. It's a difficult task. It's a very difficult task to formulate a text that everybody can really put their signature under it, and to meet all the needs in the sectors, in the regions, on the federal level. But we tried. And I think, yeah, we are about to finish this process of negotiating a fairness codex. And it was a very, very interesting journey, if I may say so. But it's also very difficult. And of course, if you negotiate a fairness codex, it can't be a super precise or detailed paper. You need to find a text everybody is willing to apply in their own world. And this is what we tried to achieve, and we also, at the end of the process, we asked institutions, we asked all the regions basically also to invite institutions from their field that would be willing to apply this codex, to go a first step. Because of course it's quite simple. You can of course come up with a text, and you can easily create something, but it needs to be accepted by the entire country, and this is super, super difficult. So, but I think we are on a good. I think we will achieve a good text, and I hope it will soon be ready for publication. Yeah, then as was no, please go back to the on the 30th September of 2021 we had an international fairness symposium in Wiener Konzerthaus, and we invited international speakers. The keynote was given by the European Union by Catherine Magnan from the European Commission, which was especially important for us because the Commission at the moment tries to change the tension between the independent sectors and competition law. This is a very difficult task. But it might happen over the years. At the moment, we are starting to negotiate and discuss this project. There is also an expert group on EU level, and Austria does have the deputy, is the deputy chair, and we are really trying to also bring in the experiences from our national fairness process. Yeah, and then of course we contracted a study because we all wanted this. The stakeholder wanted it, the federal level wanted it, and also the regions, because you can't discuss fair pay if you do not know what kind of sum or percentage you're talking about. So we set up a study, we set up a questionnaire with the stakeholders and the regions. And the result basically was, it was presented in January of this year, so only a couple of weeks ago. And the result was that the fair pay gap on average is 21% of personnel expenses. So this is a number we can work with. It's not, of course, sure that it is super precise because it depends on how many people really filled out the entire questionnaire and so on and so on. But we also, of course, in this ministry, we looked at our figures and they are quite similar. So we are. I think that this is a figure we can work with, and we do at the very moment. Yeah, and once we got the results from the study, we did what we always said we would do. We set up the focus group Fair Pay. Because one thing needed to happen after the other. And so we are currently, well, we're in the middle of the process. We set up several workshops and we had several online meetings due to COVID, but we are going to have the third workshop for the focus group Fair Pay next week in physical presence, because it's just a different thing to negotiate a difficult task like this in presence. Yeah, please go to the next slide. But what we also did is our state secretary could negotiate a quite impressive amount of money we are able to give out this year for fair pay, which is 6.5 million euros. So additional to the funding money we do have, we are currently giving out 6.5 million euros. And how do we do that? Because that's also a difficult thing. You don't simply say, okay, let's add some money to the amount we normally give or we gave last year. So we needed to come up with an idea how to find a very precise way and a precise calculation how to come up with a good fair pay sum. So we basically do the following. When we set up the funding agreements, we do state in the funding agreement that the grants are explicitly dedicated to fair pay measures. And the funds made available are intended to contribute to fairer payment within the organization. So this is really part of the contract. So we are really, if you want to say it like this, we really force our applicants to use the money we want them to use it. And what they are also asked to do is those fees and or salaries that have a high fair pay gap are primarily taken into account. So what do we try to achieve here is you have an organization and the federal level now tries to pay their part of the fair pay gap because of course we need the regions to cover the entire gap. But the 6.5 million euros are the contribution of the federal level. Not all the regions are now ready to come up with their part of this percentage. So this is why we need to be very precise in the contracts. And what we try to do is we also talk, of course, to all our funding partners, and we say, please use this money to make your organization a bit more fair. What does that mean? Try to increase the wages of these people who have the highest fair pay gap first. So don't give a fair pay amount to the ones that are being paid fairly, if you want to say so. So this is what we try to put in the contract. And the fair pay subsidy at the moment may only be used for existing jobs, not for the creation of new jobs. Why are we doing this? Because we can't cover the entire gap. We have to wait for the regions and the cities to help us to really meet this final goal. This is why we are at the moment quite strict, you could say. We ask the organizations not to create new jobs within their institution, but to really support in a better way the costs for the personnel they already have. Okay. Next slide, please. Now in the pilot phase of fair pay, of our fair pay strategy, we also do not include every funding program we have. Why is that? For example, grants given out with a fixed sum, they are not part of this pilot phase of fair pay. Because when we say, okay, for young composers, we give out, 6,000 or 8,000 euros for 6 months. This is a fixed amount, and we don't add a fair pay amount, because it simply doesn't make sense in the pilot phase, because these are fixed amounts. What else don't we include? Organizations owned by local authorities or by the federal level, they are not allowed, of course, to apply for fair pay, because they have collective agreements, so there's no need for them to apply. We really exclusively take the money, these 6.5 million, for the independent sector, because this is where it's really needed. Yeah, and organizations applying collective agreements, that's basically what I just said. Yeah. Thank you for your attention, and I'm awaiting your questions.
So, if I understand right, you are giving the money that are missing for to reach the fair pay, right? Is it right?
The percentage of the federal level. Yeah. So you have the entire gap, and this entire gap needs to be met by the federal and the regional level.
All right. And you consider at the moment the contract that are already on the way, signed. So you're not considering new contracts? Or
no, we give money to. In fact, if you have a multi-annual contract with the ministry starting last year, you would be discriminated if you could not apply for fair pay now. So what we do, of course, we allow this, and we will make additional contracts to the contract. Okay. Otherwise, it would be unfair.
Okay, fine.
Don't you think?
No, it is. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah.
Don't you consider that somehow that this percentage that you are adding could create in the long run a sort of for the one who offering the job an excuse to give less and less money to the artist and so on?
No, absolutely not, because also artist fees, we don't only pay fair pay money to contracts.
Okay.
So if you are an independent artist cooperating with a big institution that receives money from our side, we also have a calculation for the fees for the independent artists, and of course they are also dedicated precisely. And we say in the funding agreement, so you will give this amount to your independent artists working with you.
Okay.
So it's not, the idea is not to, maybe I did not point that out correctly. You're absolutely right. So we do not only give money to the institutions themselves, but we make clear, if you contract independent artists, you need to pay them in a fair manner.
So what are the levels of fair payments that you have been considering? Is there an upper level, a lower level within these budget frames that you are considering?
Yeah, thank you for this question. We actually have a very precise formula, you could say. We look at the budget of last year. We look at the budgets that have been, was heißt abgerechnet? Yeah, that have been accounted, and we look at the budgets of last year and look at the exact percentage of the federal level in these budgets. And this percentage is the maximum percentage of our fair pay amount we can give this year. So if our, for example, if we funded an institution last year or the year before last year, and the percentage of our funding was maybe 20%, then we look at this year's budget, and we also have a calculation sheet where the institutions can really, well, this calculation sort of calculates the fair pay gap. And then we look at the fair pay gap, and we meet the maximum of last year's percentage. So, for example, the fair pay gap is 100,000 euros this year. We look at last year's budget and say our contribution was 20% of the entire budget of this institution, and then we look at the gap this year, and we can pay up to 20% of these 100,000 euros.
Follow question then, because there is of course a different in percentage levels within the different institutions that are applying.
That's absolutely correct. But
doesn't this mean that you would just double the unfairness with the already existing levels?
No, I think.
Or sorry, that was.
I think double the fairness by giving more, double unfairness by giving significantly more money might be a tragedy.
So if I reformulate the questions, I know there's a 30% maximum or a 30% orientation mark for federal.
Well, I think you're mixing up two things because I didn't present it correctly. Thank you for asking. The fair pay gap of 21% is not gives us an indication. Gave us an indication of how high the amount of money might be to meet the entire problematic situation in Austria. But when we look at the funding, we don't need this fair pay gap of 21%. We look at the percentages of last year. And funding, I really have to say, is something very, very tailor-made. It would be super unfair if we would use the same formula for everyone, because funding levels are so different. In every single contract, we are implemented in a different way due to whatever reasons, but we look at every single case very precisely. And why is that? Because the regions who have the primary competence for art funding, they are the ones who decide over the basic amount of an institution that is given out. So we really need to look at our percentage precisely.
Thank you. Sorry, I would.
Yeah, it is probably a bit.
No, it's
quite difficult.
No, I think I comprehend and understand. Okay. What I'm getting at as is. If you would be to consider an actual payment level of individual artists within each organizations rather than a percentage of the already existing funding that the institutions receive already from federal level, wouldn't one then rather look at the payment level which is fair on an individual basis rather than increasing the institutions that already receive federal support, because you then kind of double that support in the name of fairness, so to speak, whereas some smaller organizations with smaller federal, not to the full extent support, won't get the same benefit of the fair pay, so to speak. You know what I'm...
Well, I mean, first of all, I have to say that we don't look at every contract precisely because, please do not forget, we have the competence of art funding. So we do not look at every single contract in an institution we fund. And why is that? It is, first of all, we can't do it. We would need 100 more people in the ministry to do this work. And on the other hand, there's maybe one important factor I didn't stress so far. It's also linked, of course, to transparency. We do not ask the institutions to give us calculation sheets with every single name and every single wage, because this is also a very sensitive topic when it comes to data protection. What I would like to stress now is that, and this is what I started to say when I started with my presentation, is it's also about responsibility in the independent sector. What we really ask you to do is don't sign a contract that is unfair. Don't work in the independent field without pay. As long as so many artists are willing to do this, we can't change the sector. And this is maybe a bit controversial to say that, but it's very important. We need the help of the sector, because no ministry can really look at every single contract. We have stakeholders like Ulrike and her team who do an excellent job at really giving a lot of support when it comes to contracts, but we need your self-responsibility in this respect. We are not the Ministry of Finance. I don't look at your wage exactly. I'm interested, because I'm in art funding, I'm interested first and foremost in your artistic expression. And I think 6.5 million for fair pay this year are a good first step to maybe change the problems in this sector, but we really need your help in the independent field. We need your help, as long as you're willing to work for unbearable in a way that is not accepted. Nothing will change. So please, please be responsible.
Sorry, it was a really good Aufforderung for the artists you gave now. But I'm curious about how the system will proceed. Mm-hmm. You talk about now a phase of trying out. How long will it be? Just this year or next year as well? And of course, we are very curious how the regions will go with you, because there are some regions in Austria that tell in their contracts, if you go for funding and you receive funding from the federal government, then it's okay. But if you don't receive it, you receive less money. So I hope you as well consider some of these regions who have this practice, and
yeah, that's so
I wish you
interesting.
all the best to have these talks.
Yeah, well, thank you for asking this. It's really quite interesting, because I've never heard that before, but within the last 7 days, I think I heard it 3 times, that there is one region that obviously does this. I mean, you know, we are the federal level, and we need the cooperation of the regions. We are not some sort of dictatorial body, so we can't force anyone to increase the budget money, the funding money, or we can't do that. We ask for cooperation in the regions, with the stakeholders. Without this, we can't change anything. But of course, we're discussing fair pay with the regions. And as you know, it's all about money. It's all about money. And you need to negotiate money in order to be able to give it out. So, yeah, of course, I absolutely do understand this, but I also want to stress that the federal level is really willing to proceed with this fair pay discussion, because it's not a short-term thing. We can't simply switch it on and switch it off. We started in autumn 2020, and I think we really did some, or there are some quite impressive steps, but of course it's only we are only at the beginning of a long road, and I really want to have a very harmonious discussion field with the regions. Otherwise, it does not work. So we are not blaming anyone for not doing anything or for not coming up with money, because we do know how super difficult it is to negotiate money for the independent sector. So let's just try to do this in a very harmonious way. Let's not cut ties if something is not immediately being done. I think we need to have patience and work together, also in the future. And of course, our ministry is, of course, we want to proceed with this, also money-wise. But also here, we have the Ministry of Finance. We are the Ministry of Culture. So there are just normal, tension fields in a world that is being really, really heavily under pressure by a pandemic and a war. So, but we are really trying. Yeah.
I have a last question, because during the conference last year you said something to the extent of fair pay isn't just about fair pay, but also about fair employment in the sense of, anti-discriminatory employment practices. So to what extent do you actually make that binding in the way you give out money to certain organizations or bodies?
Well, we are discussing this topic with the institutions owned by the state, because there you have a very clear hierarchy, you could say. And also here, this is a democracy. You can't simply, as the Ministry for Arts and Culture, force someone to do something. You have independent associations. When you look at it legally, you can enforce a topic, you can talk about a topic, you can increase visibility, but we are not a dictatorship, so we can't say, you will do this. It's not so simple. And every institution, it's linked via the very difficult topic of money. The moment the regions, I can really see the acceptance of the topic of fair pay in the regions now. Just look back a couple of years. It was simply impossible to talk about it. Nobody even knew what fair pay was. So we have to go step by step. But when it comes to the institutions, the big institutions, Bundestheater Holding and so on, State Opera and so on, the really, really big houses, of course, we do talk to them because they are being owned by the state and there's a very clear system of hierarchy. But when it comes to independent association, institutions owned by the countries, everybody needs to find their solution, but we need to find willingness, because you can't impose something. If you impose it, it's not going to work. You need to make sure that people understand why it is so important to change towards fair contracts and fair pay. And last but not least, we need your cooperation. We need artists to say, I'm not going to sign this. And if it's an institution in the region, go to the region and say, we're not doing this. We need to really increase visibility. Yeah, this is what we are doing. The area where we are competent, due to legal matters, we talk to the institutions. This is a very transparent and very clear way, I think. Maybe it's not sufficient as to what you expect, but I think this is what we actually can do, because it's always very difficult to promise something you cannot keep. Thank you so much.
Thank you again. I think I can speak for all of us when we say this was certainly one of the highlights of today's conference. Now we are just short of 1 point before we go into the lunch break, so we're just about to show a video by a local artist, so from Austria, and his name is Simon Meyer, and the video is called Strongman. So just for a bit of entertainment, cultural entertainment. We have that, and then we go into the lunch break. We're just going. So we meet back in an hour. So it's at 2 o'clock rather than 1:30, as it says on the program. Okay, thank you. Ja, ich fange an. Okay, welcome back everyone. I hope you had an enjoyable lunch break. We are just going to start with another section called Fair Pay in Europe. In this section we're going to hear specific details about how different associations are trying to implement fair pay structures in their respective countries. This will not only highlight the different approaches and different needs, but it will also illustrate how the implementation of a coherent system is influenced by the underlying structures of funding bodies and governmental departments. In the discussion afterwards, we will also shed light on other parts of Europe with additional panel guests from Vienna, Bern and Prague. But the start is going to make Orri Hugin Augustsson from Iceland. He's an actor, and more importantly, he's chairman of the Association of Independent Theatre in Iceland and an EAIPA board member. And I'm very pleased to have him here today via Zoom. Thank you for making time, and sorry for the scheduling conflict.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to be here. I'm in the middle of a premiere week, so this is why I'm dressed like this. I don't actually work in healthcare. Although the arts are, of course, an important part of welfare and maybe healthcare. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the funding structures and minimum fee recommendations here in Iceland. The funding system, the official funding system here, is a little bit different from what it is in many places. We, of course, we're all struggling with the same issues, more or less. Lots of artists willing to work and not enough opportunities, and funding is, of course, limited. Here in Iceland, the thing that's maybe most limiting is that we have only this funding structure that you can see right now in front of you. This is, on the one hand, a performance art fund, and on the other hand, something that we call the artist's salaries. These are both government-run funds, and these are both project-based funds. We have no other local funding opportunities except really, really small grants. So when we essentially look at a fully financed production, it is a production that has received funding from both of these funds. And if we move on to the next slide, I'm going to break this down a little bit more for you. The Professional Performance Art Group Fund, as it's called, is a government-funded competitive fund. This is for professional performance artists, and they have a call once every year. This is almost solely project-based funding to be fulfilled within 1 year. They also have the authority to make occasional temporary framework agreements. This would be for a company to work for a year or up to 2 years on several projects. However, this can only become reality if it is co-funded by municipalities up to 50%, or they have to reach 50% of funding from the municipalities. For many years, we have had no such grants awarded. Right now, we have one company that gets it. They've gotten a grant for 1 year, for maybe 2 or 3 years consecutively, and they just received funding for 2 consecutive years now. So this is a positive change, but it's really small change. And the success rate of funding from this professional performance art group fund is around 12%. This is to say that they can grant 12% of the requested funds, and success rates in regards to companies or individual applications would be maybe around 12 to 16% of the companies. To put it into perspective, this is a fund that usually allocates grants to 14 to 19 projects every year. And we have around 140 to 180 projects asking for funding every year. And we can move on to the next slide. This is probably what is most interesting in this context. This is the Artist Salary Fund, the other funding structure that you saw in the first slide. This, as well as the Professional Performance Art Group Fund, is what we think of as fully financed projects. The difference between the two funds is that the fund that I was just talking about, the Professional Performance Art Group Fund, they allocate finances to the companies. But the Artist Salary Fund allocates the money directly to the artists. When you apply for funding, you have to tell the funding structure what artists are going to be taking part, and then the salaries get tied into their social security numbers and get paid directly into their own bank accounts. So this is not money that the companies have anything to do with, but the money is only granted for projects that the companies are doing. So this is also a project-based fund, and it also has a call only once every year. We have this is a large funding structure here, and they allocate money to all of the arts. And the performing arts companies receive around about 12% of the total lump sum, which is to cover all of the arts. And this is a monthly fee, but you have to bear in mind that artists, they usually get allocated maybe 1, 2, or 3 or 4 months if they're lucky for that one project that they got funding for. And also, detrimentally, this is technically only 67% of a full-time job, as well as being a contractor fee. So the sum is really low. It's much too low. So on the one hand, we have the direct payment to the artists, which is really nice. But on the other hand, the sum is it's beneath livable wage, really. So moving on to the next slide, and the topic of my talk, minimum fee guidelines. We have official guidelines from the tax authorities. They say that artists should be paid on average every month 40% more than these artists' salaries represent. We at the EAIPA, we publish annual guidelines ahead of the deadline, where we give guidelines for all of the people working on a project, be it lighting designers, technicians, directors, whatever. But the most important part of that guideline is the monthly fee, and this is something that we just look at contracts with actors at the Icelandic National Theatre, and we base our minimum guideline fee every month on the starting wage of a new actor. So this is the lowest wage that an actor can be paid at the National Theatre. This is what we officially put out there as our recommended minimum guideline for monthly fees for the artists. And this fee is around about 50% higher than the artist's salary. These guidelines we've published for many years now, and most of the companies know about them, and they try to follow them. We, however, have no official status to these guidelines, and there is no way of enforcing them. And the board of the fund, they don't really enforce them. We have no authority to enforce them. The ministry, which is, of course, where the money comes from, they don't really enforce it. So this is just something that we put out there, and we try to put a lot of focus onto it and hope for the best. So this is really a short overview of funding possibilities, funding structures, and the minimum fee guidelines here in Iceland. Thank you for listening. I'm in the middle of rehearsal. I will try to stay here for a little bit, and maybe I can take part in some discussion and answer some questions after the other talks. But I might have to jump in for rehearsal as we are only a few days away from the premiere. I hope you have a very enjoyable day, and I'm so happy to be here with you.
For giving us a glimpse into the workings of how you're trying to implement that minimum fee recommendation in Iceland. For next speaker is going to talk about the comparison of minimum honorarium fees in Germany, Austria, and Switzerland. Is of course no other than our very own Esther Bayo. She's a dancer, but I think everyone knows her as being responsible for the coordination at EAIPA, but she's also responsible for the management of ACT Out, the tour and residency program for independent performance and theater artists run by the IG Freie Theater.
All right, I will stand over here so I can read my own slides better. Yeah, this is a very quick kind of overview to kind of establish a status quo for everyone. What are we talking about later in the discussion? So this is the minimum honorarium recommendations in Austria, Germany, and Switzerland. And I've sent out a questionnaire to our 3 member associations from these countries. So to kind of get a bit of an overview from them. So the information is very generously and very nicely provided by them. The minimum honorarium fees are a tool that can improve the social situation of independent performing artists in these countries. It seems to work, which is why we're presenting them here. Okay, so first of all, what are they called? They have different names in Switzerland and in Austria and Germany. They're called Richtgagen and Richtlöhne, which basically is indicative fees or standard wages. The other name for them is the minimum fee or honorarium recommendations. And this is already the first point. They are recommendations. They are not legally binding. They're not tariff-based or statutory minimum fees, like standards. And they are mainly applied where public funding is involved. So they are not implemented so much in the free industry, like this is very important also for the stand-up comedy, for cabaret. They need to generate the revenues from ticket sales, and they cannot always go with these guidelines, even if they wanted to. They are, okay, the development of them, what I really would like to point out here, where they started, because this says a lot about how they were developed, is because they always started in a region or in the capital city. Why is that? Because these recommendations are a movement that came out of the scene. So they're not from the government. This is like individual artists and then their representative organizations who collective worked in working groups and came up with these fees and then introduced them to the funders. So it is a scene-grown movement, which is why it's also happened in capitals or bigger cities first, or regions that are funded. Why? We already heard this morning, because the independent scene in these countries is firstly, on the first step, funded by the municipalities or by the region, and then only in a later step by the federal governments. This is different to, for example, what we just heard in Iceland, where they are funded directly from the Ministry of Culture. How did they get them? What did they have to do to reach, to get them into the guidelines of funding, and etc.? The first ones who actually published guidelines were the Swiss in 2007. The published the first brochure by the association called ACT. ACT was an association for the independent performing arts. They later merged in 2018 with another association and now called T-Punkt, who are a member of EAIPA now. They published a brochure. I talked to Nina Kola, who's also joining us later, and she spoke to the people involved also at this time, and it was very much the efforts of individual performers, individual people first in their own association. They had to kind of push and advocate in their own association that there's a need for them and that they would like them to get published. And then it was very much the individual artists who always then had to keep on demanding and reminding and saying, we need them, you need to pay them. Whenever they had a contract, they had to say and remind, these are actually the guideline fees you should be following. So the process in Switzerland was quite slow, you could say. Kind of like pulling teeth a bit. In 2008 and 2009, in this time frame, there was the first working group then in Berlin. We're talking about the federal state, Bundesland of Berlin. Like we're not talking about the city, we're talking about the federal state of Berlin. So it's a bigger funding body. And we have LAF, Tanzraum Berlin und Tanzbüro Berlin, who kind of started their dialogue in developing their own guidelines. In 2010, the Swiss published a second brochure. And in Austria, also in 2010, there was actually a first attempt of establishing this kind of guidelines, following the example of Switzerland. But this already shows the weakness of the guidelines, because at this time, despite the best efforts of the Austrian Association, they were not implemented. They were not really accepted in the scene itself, and they were not much considered also in the funding bodies. In 2012, the left in Berlin had the first hearing in the Culture Committee of the Berlin House of Representatives. So this is when they brought it, like presented it to the funders, but it took another 5 years before they were actually referenced in the Berlin Senate administration. Also in 2015, the National Association of Independent Performing Arts, the BFDK, who is also coming today and will present another under another point today. In 2015 they recommended these guidelines on a federal level. So now we're talking for the entire country, not just for Berlin. And by 2016. They were implemented in several federal states and municipalities. 2016 also came out the latest brochure of these guidelines in Switzerland. This is the latest version they have up to this day. In 2017, Berlin got an increase in funding. So we see the work. This is the biggest fear always when it comes to these guidelines, that they say, but who is going to pay for that? Then less money will be there for, there will be more money for less artists. Yeah, so this is always the argument against it. But actually, if it is followed consequently, if it's followed in solidarity, the funders follow with an increase of budget, at least in these 3 countries. So this is a success. It got raised from, this is 5.27 million to 6.02 million. This is very tiny writing, but I had to fit 3 countries on one slide. So in 2017 was the second attempt, starting in Vienna. The Wiener Perspektive, this is an initiative of artists, together with the IG Freie Theaterarbeit, so the Austrian Association, formed a working group and tried again, based on the success story of Berlin, to start again another effort to get these minimum honorarium guidelines. In 2017, the Fonds für Darstellende Künste, this is like the main funding body in Germany on a federal level, also referenced for the first time the minimum honorarium guidelines in their funding guidelines. And then in 2018, Berlin got another 300,000 extra in their funding budget. Then in 2019, they raised them also. The BFDK gave out new guidelines, so they raised them. And in 2019, there was also a symposium called Freie Szene, Freie Kunst that was organized by the Austrian Association in Vienna with the support of the city of Vienna. And in 2020, they were implemented finally also in Austria, or in Vienna at least, but together with a raise of the budget. So the guidelines were implemented for project funding only first, so we're not talking about any long-term funding, we're talking about project funding first, and they got an extra, I'll look at my notes because I can't read this, an extra 200,000, thank you, raising it to 2.6 million euros. And then the year after, there was an extra 400,000 euros raised, but for the structures. So for the co-production houses, with the clear instruction that this money should actually go to the artists. So they first funded the projects that artists can access directly, then they funded structures through which the artists should get some extra money. 6.5, did I write something wrong? No, okay, and then in 2022, they raised the money again, this time for project 1 and 2 year funding, and they raised it to 6.5, sorry. And as we heard before, also then this is also when they introduced the Fair Pay Gap Fund from the Ministry of Culture. All right, this was a lot of, but you see, it goes slowly when it's really from the bottom up. It goes a bit quicker. So the Germans learned from the Swiss and had a few years later already the politicians in the process together, and the Austrians did it together with the city of Vienna. Therefore, with the guidelines came immediately also the raise in the budget to meet those higher costs. There are slight differences, so they're almost the same, So the guidelines are in Switzerland for the employed. This is different to Germany, for example, where they say the guidelines are actually for the self-employed artists. And in Austria, they actually say it's for both. You can use it either way because it always includes the social security costs. Therefore, they give the recommendations for both employed and self-employed. What are the calculation references? I added that because often people ask, yeah, but how do you get to these numbers? What is your reference? So in Switzerland, they use the minimum wage and also the going rates of the scenes and simply what are the costs of living in Switzerland, and they came to these rates that way. In Germany, they use collective bargaining agreements for entry-level employees at city and federal theaters. So this is quite similar to what Ori told us earlier about Iceland. And then in Austria, they used also collective bargaining agreements at comparable theaters. They also looked at the LAFT recommendations from Germany, because there was already an example there, and also from the Ministry of Women and Education. And then later on, they even broadened the search, and they also had the Theaterhalterverband, so it's different, like also even the state opera, but they're the half soloists and the National Theatre and several others. Whose fees are defined in numbers? This is also quite interesting. In Switzerland, they have they have it broken down to every profession pretty much that appears in the independent performing arts field. So it's actors, dancers, choreographers, different from directors, down to the graphic designers of the program. It's all very clearly defined who should get what for what work. In Austria and Germany, it's more general. So this is just in general, like just like one fee for day rate. But in Germany, the difference is that they differentiate between artists who get help from the artist fund for social security costs. In Austria, they keep it the same because we actually have two funds. But this is something we will talk about later. Just some numbers, because if you want to know how much is, like, what is the reference numbers now, in Switzerland they have a weekly rehearsal fee, and then they have a one-time show fee. Then they have a different fee for if you have several shows at the same venue, and they also have one for solo performances. In Germany, like I said, they split it up, so they have a monthly fee or just a day fee and a show fee, and it's slightly higher for the ones who don't get help with the fund for the social security, and it's slightly lower for the ones who have help. Yeah, this is make. And then the last one is Austria, who has rehearsal day fees and then they differentiate. The first 2 shows are paid higher than every following show. Here's something I asked a lot of questions about. What are the advantages? What are the disadvantages? What are the learnings? We will have a panel discussion with people who were involved in the process, so I did not want to write them all down. I think this is for later. But what is one important learning, of course, is funders need to increase their budgets to meet the higher costs. And minimum fees need consistency and solidarity. This is also what Brigitte Winkler-Komafe earlier said. If you accept worse conditions, if you keep working, if you're not working solidarity, they cannot work. They are not they're not legally binding. So it's the scene that needs to also demand that they are being implemented. And the other thing is also a minimum fee is a minimum fee is a minimum fee. So it is this is really the lowest entry-level pay you should be paying. It is not the maximum pay. Like, we like to have a number and then use that as a reference for all, but it does not respect the years of experience someone has in the scene, what are the responsibilities in their profession. So this is always something to keep in mind. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Esther, for this really quick but also really condensed overview of everything. Now I'm very happy to be able to introduce Lena Gustafsson from Sweden. She is the managing director of supposedly the first European Association for Independent Performing Arts, Theatercentrum, and she's also the former vice president of the European Association of Independent Performing Arts, and she's here to talk to us about collective agreements in Sweden. Welcome, Lena.
Thank you very much. It's really interesting and touching and moving morning, and this is now I'm very honored to take part of this discussion. So the so-called Swedish and Nordic model is based on collective bargaining rather than state law. There are state laws, regulations about how an employer may handle situations such as dismissals and temporary employment, as well as holiday leave and holiday pay. But there are no Swedish laws on minimum wages. Regulations about minimum wages and other terms of employment and working conditions are set in collective bargains between the industrial partners, the employee organization, that is the unions, and the employers' organization. So we can change slide. There are 2 collective agreements for the independent performing arts field in Sweden, where the national organizations of independent theaters and dance companies respectively are representing the employers, that is Theatercentrum and Danscentrum Sverige. I will present some examples from the collective agreement of Theatercentrum. Theatercentrum was founded in 1969 and started as a radical independent movement of that emerged during the 60s. And the development of the collective agreement for the independent professional theaters took place in the late 80s. And in the 19th and first decade of the 21st century, many new theaters joined Theatercentrum. And during the 2010s, there were a change of membership that made it necessary to be a legal person to become a member. And as an effect of this shift, Theatercentrum developed more as an industrial organization with a strong emphasis on our members' role and responsibilities as employers. So next slide, please. So the collective agreement for employees at independent professional theaters members of Theatercentrum includes about 1,000 employees per year, with employment periods ranging from single days to permanent employment. And it is about 100 independent theatre companies that are members of Teatercentrum. In addition to the members of Teatercentrum, there are also several independent theatre signing a so-called substitute agreement with the union. That is, they agreed with the union to abide the same collective agreement, but without becoming a member of Teatercentrum. But in this way, our collective agreement is working for the whole field, even if they are not members of Teatercentrum. And slide 4, please. Usually, see, did you get the, yes. Usually the collective agreement is negotiated for a 3 years period, including a yearly raise of the minimum wages as well as all current wages at the theatre. The raise is negotiated as a percentage of former salaries, and the level is usually based on the industrial unions agreements. So there is a process, first all the industrial agreements, and then we start our bargaining with the performing arts union. And in this example, the definition of experienced employee in the collective agreement of Teatercentrum is a person that is either have university education or professional work experience of at least 5 years. So slide 5, please. In addition to the minimum salaries, the collective agreement also include minimum fees for the artistic copyright and preparation work for freelance directors, choreographers, light, sound, set and costume designers. Over the years, minimum wages according to the current collective agreements for the independent performing arts industry has become a criteria for most of the public funding, and thus having a collective agreement is a useful and strong argument in the culture policy work of Teatercentrum, making it obvious to demand fair subsidies for fair pay at the independent theatres. And that is my short introduction for now. I may have some reason to get back to the culture policy work later. Thank you.
Now we're going to have a discussion, a panel discussion, and I'm going to invite to the stage as well Christoph again and Ulrike. But also we will be joined by Alexander Gottfarb on stage, who's an artist and a representative of Wiener Perspektive, the initiative mentioned by Esther earlier. And he's also a board member at the Austrian Association of Independent Performing Arts. And also via Zoom, I'm very happy to be able to welcome Nina Marielle Kohler. She is an actor and a board member of the Swiss Association T. as well as an EAIPA board member. Very warm welcome to you, Nina. Okay then. I think we're going to make a start with the ones who haven't spoken yet. So Alexander, maybe you want to take the baton and actually start us off by saying something. You know, there's this big question also about minimum and fair in regard to the fees, and I think that's a good starting point to actually talk about, you know, the fact, is it always just about the essential of minimum, or should it be about a bit more?
Thank you. I think I will start though with, before I answer your question, just recognize the morning and where we come from a little bit, and saying that for me, being here just talking about minimum fees feels very small in context of where we are today, with the European context, with the colleagues from Belarus and Slovenia and Hungary that we heard earlier. I can understand my own small efforts here in Vienna as part of an ongoing struggle that we all share, and that share values of democracy and transparency as its core. And that's how I can make sense for the efforts that we make here, and that we also share similarities, but also acknowledge each other's differences across the continent. I think we had to kind of get it off my chest first, also to realize that we are dealing with small problems, but they are important for us, and they are lived experiences, and I hope we can support each other on a European level. And having said that, I connect to Esther's presentation that we have earlier in terms of how we build narratives and continuation for the efforts we have, looking at the Viennese situation from 2010, when the first publication was made from the minimum fees. We might see this as a failure, but for me it was, then being a freelancing artist, it was a very important document. I started to do comparative budgets each time with this minimum fee, and check then with reality what it meant. The failure of that was I lacked a tool for how to implement it. So I didn't know what to do with it. I could only write the budgets. And I think that is in relation to the morning talk from Frau Birgitte Winkler-Comas. Sometimes we need to think ahead a little bit, one or even two more steps ahead. Like once, what do we do with the money we receive? What is the next step? And to try to implement that. Saying that with the minimum fee from our side when we started to work on it in 2017, from the side of the Wiener Perspektive, having that said with the reference of the EGA from 2010, it was only one more step, and it's always been seen as a stone, a little building stone for the overall change of welfare, of caretaking, of healthcare. This means that, of course, the minimum fees was a vehicle for us to start discussing the topics of payments within the Viennese scene, which had, to my experience, been not as transparent as I would have wished coming to Vienna as a young dancer in 2005. Being able to talk about the minimum fee served as a vehicle for education within the scene, starting to talk amongst each other, but also then as a communication tool for the authorities. What is our work actually worth? And I think we will see now eventually also a second and a third perhaps rates introduced, but at least to have something that is maybe more similar to what Lena is describing from Sweden, where you have a minimum fee recommendation, but you also have a detailed recommendation of what you get after 5 years. What is the recommendation for more complex payment systems without getting too bureaucratic about it, hopefully. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a certain evolution as well with regard to first it was only project based, and then it got to the next stage as well. So maybe Ulrike, you want to elaborate on that, given that it's a sort of joint endeavor between Wiener Perspektive and the Austrian Association of Independent Performing Arts.
Maybe I could also... It's on? Yeah. Maybe I could just keep it short, but once we started this process of establishing minimum fees or whatever, it was very much about awareness. So raising awareness with the politicians and with the funding bodies that this is really important, that the salaries for the artists must increase, not only, but with the main target to offer them social security, to give them the possibility to get pension, and to live in a more or less secure way or whatever. And when I remember 4 years ago when we started this discussion, the mindset in these times was like, oh yes, but we are only supporting or funding the artistic part of the fees and of the honorariums, but not the social security part. And so the first step was really to convincing them, say, but come on, you are also financing orchestras and all of the other employed people with regular theaters or whatever. Nobody asks to divide what is the artistic part and what is the social security part. And then this really triggered then after a while, and then it was also again using then good examples, especially from Germany and so on and so on. And this then convinced really the politicians to raise money, but on the same way to say, okay, but we also want, we do not want to reduce the productions we are funding, the number of the productions. Yeah, and I guess this was the first entry point. And once we established this minimum honorarium fee as a recommendation, we also developed a calculation tool, which we offer, or since then we offered for all of the artists. And with this calculation tool for them, now it's more or less very easy then to calculate their staff costs, personal costs, whatever, in a production. And this also helped, again, raising awareness for this topic within the artistic community. I mean, my colleagues here, Patrick and Julia, they can really tell you about how many hours and days and years they are spending really to convincing, again, also artists to calculate with this minimum fees or whatever. But it's, again, I mean, it's really this process of awareness building very much, and what I'm interested in. And in the end now, as you see, well, we have more money here in the city of Vienna, and now we have also more money on the state level, and we will also get more money, I'm totally sure about this, on the federal level with all of the countries here. So yeah, so it's really about the understanding about why is it needed, why so urgent that that there is a minimum honorarium recommendation.
Thank you, Ulrike. I think I'm going to ask Nina. I think she's joined us now. Hello, Nina. Good to have you here. Maybe you want to elaborate a bit more on the process that has taken quite a while in Switzerland as well, as we could see by the brilliant illustrations of Esther, that it stalled for a while, and now where are we at? And also, you know, you have those very detailed fees. Maybe you can say something about that, how the implementation of those actually worked, and maybe also, are there any positive or negative side effects to that?
Yeah, I think it was bit by bit, you know, it's just small baby steps that we took, like Ulrike mentioned earlier. We were always very orientated on the practice level. We were just always looking toward the practice and asking people how they worked, how much they earned, and what exactly do they do and what do they think it's worth. And then also just compare to what we need to live, what we need to pay every day with a family, without family, whatever, and then just kind of taking a leap and making a proposition, and then going from there, building, you know. And I mean, you said it's very detailed, you're right in a way, but then on the other hand, it's also not detailed enough, because in our country there are four cultures, and everybody has another influence, and they work differently in a cultural way of speaking. So they also pay differently, and they give they attach different values to different parts of the work, and it's really a very challenging task to make it work for everybody and make it feel fair and also practicable. Yeah.
Well, thank you for this insight. I mean, I'm just going to address Christoph here, since he's on stage with us, because you're trying to find a way to get an implementation of those minimum fees in your country as well.
Yes, we are in a very different position than mentioned countries, because really we are in the beginning of the process. And so we are trying to get the best out of these examples, and also we haven't even have a law definition of the artist. So without that, we cannot even start with the formal process of minimum fee, because when we are talking about minimum fee for the artist, who is the artist? Yeah, and there is no definition. It's art, so it's one thing. Another thing is that we have to reach a consensus in our community, because believe me, so many members of independent scene in the Czech Republic are against some format like minimum fee. Yeah, because really there are big differences between the companies and their possibilities, and everybody is afraid. Like everybody mentioned that there will be the same amount of money for less people. So it has to come with some raises of the funding scheme. So I think at first we have to reach some kind of agreement within the community. And then we can go to the authorities to ask them to start with some kind of implementation. And what we can do for that, I'm going to present some kind of formats which you have seen today to our community. Our first event about it will be in June. Hybrid discussion webinar organized together with EAIPA, and we will start really the discussion. And I think it will be a huge fight and a huge discussion, especially within the community. So this is my biggest concern, really, to try to reach agreement about if we want it and how we should implement it. And also, last but not least, money. It will be about the money.
Yeah, thank you so much, Christoph. I think it's very good to mention. I also know that when we started the process, I was not part of it then, but I know from my colleagues that there was a lot of fighting going on, even inside the association. So I know that the president at the time even was against doing the fees. And it really needed convincing in a smaller group at first, and then they just went for it because even now we still are not one voice, you know. There, even now, after like this process started maybe 25 years ago, and even now there are people against it and criticizing it, you know. So I don't know if we can really reach the one voice situation. At what point in history will that ever be?
I also share a similar experience. We had a lot of big discussions, and here in Vienna it was also about the employments or non-employments, what this brings with it. We connected the two debates at first, and then we choose to separate them because that topic was too infected. So we united around the minimum fee as the one thing. The discussion about who is an artist we also had. In the end, we circumnavigated and said, let's define the occupation, the work, the time you spent with producing something instead of defining the individuals. It was much easier then. This is people are willing to discuss. And in terms of work output, the benefits of being in a scene that the politicians not necessarily care so much about, to my experience, is they don't care so much about the amount of output either, which means that we can, and there's a bit of a negotiation place there in terms of how this risk of, okay, we get the same amount of money, but we have to actually work less. Yes, let's do so. Let's work 3 days a week instead of 5 days a week, and we just get the same amount of money. But it's about that kind of compromise in different places as well, and saying to the colleagues, well, and this is was unique for here. The situation in other countries is different, but in our case, it was an easy way to argue to say work 3 days instead of 5 in a week and get the same amount of money because that's what you're paid for.
And just a short addition, also Esther just mentioned it earlier, it's only, so the minimum recommendation fees are only dedicated for the public funded projects. So it's not for the private sector or whatever, it's only just going with public money.
Yeah, maybe quick comment if I make a quick reply. Yeah, that's true, but I think everybody is afraid not just the problems with the community or with the authorities, but both sides are afraid about the general public. For they will say that, yeah, the artists, independent artists, and not only artists, but also cultural workers will get more money for less work. Oh, come on. Yeah? So really, it's about that. So we have in law the minimum salary for artists, because we have the stable for every job or occupation in the Czech Republic, and there is a minimum fee, but it's for employees. Yeah, and in independent scene, there are really, I don't know, 5% people are in full-time job under the contract. 95% people are freelancers or self-employed people. So this is also another question. So, but we are trying to really push the things and at least open discussion about it, open discussion about overproduction, because it comes with so many topics and so many themes. It's not just about the minimum fee. You mentioned it, also other presenters mentioned it. It comes with so many things, but we decided, hey, let's start with the discussion. Let's open this topic in the Czech Republic.
I mean, this contentious point of the definition of the artist is also very interesting, and I'd be intrigued to hear, I don't know if Ori is still here, maybe not, but Lena, how you maybe dealt with that point.
I think when the collective agreement was signed at the beginning, it was also regarded as a problem, because suddenly we can't afford, etc. And still, some theatres are not becoming members of Teatercentrum because of the minimum wages that they think they can't afford. But we, as Teatercentrum and our members together, we are really trying to encourage people to anyone who wishes to work professionally has to demand fair pay, and all the theatres should demand fair subsidies for paying fair wages. And this is something we continuously are arguing, both for newcomers and beginners, because when you are not valuing your own work, I think the idea of working less for the same money is a good idea. That is what is paid for. And for many of the members of Teatercentrum, it is the collective agreement in comparison with the subsidies they have. It means that the employment period is shorter. To fulfill the collective agreement, they have to have short production periods, etc. Now, what was the question? I lost my way. But I really think there was a time also that we had recommendation of the prices of the production for touring, but that ended up as a label. This is the only price you can take. This is only the amount you can ask for when you are selling your production. So it was counterproductive with fixed minimum prices or recommendations. But the collective agreement is something else. Paying collective wages in accordance to the collective agreement is accepted and is not fixing the prices. Was that answer to the question?
Somewhat, yes. Thank you so much. I think we've heard from all, and we're going to open questions to the floor. So for anyone who's, I think Thomas.
That long enough. So I just wanted to add one thing, because thank you for the presentation, because I've been there in 2013 in Berlin and contributed to this process. And there was something that was not mentioned. In order to do what you're asking for in Berlin, we had a large campaign called Geist ist noch flüchtiger als Kapital, haltet ihn fest. The spirit is vanishing faster than capital, hold on to it. And this campaign was a poster campaign. It was each of us, I also published an article in Kulturpolitische Mitteilungen and other papers. There were demonstrations, big demonstrations in the city, where we told the Berlin city that Berlin's artistic scene is under threat. They're working precariously. And we demanded, we had a 10-point demand plan, but what we primarily demanded at that time was a city tax. A tourist tax that every tourist has to pay when he goes and sleeps in the hotels, because we said we are what makes Berlin what Berlin is. And we actually raised so much public acceptance for that idea that it could be implemented afterwards. And in large part, or in 1/3 of it, the independent performing arts scene now receives. So this is what when you're asking about finding public and political acceptance, of course you have to work for. I think it's easier today than it was back then because it was new. We were one of the first ones who did it. And another process that we have established that is very interesting and an ongoing thing is a so-called funding summit. The LAFT, Berlin State Association, does it once every year, where we call the entire community of independent performing arts to come together on a 1 or 2 day event and to negotiate certain demands that we have towards politicians. So the amounts of minimum fees were negotiated in this funding summit, and in the moment where you include, or at least offer to include, the community and set out to write a paper and set something, then you do have the support of those who were there, and those who were not there, they were not there. So you can do it. Just as an extra anecdote on what has happened in Berlin.
Yeah, we are looking for the tools, and yeah, there's the reason to also why we are in EAIPA, as I mentioned in the morning, learning to learn from each other. Also, we have to. We have not so different culture than Germany, but still. So we have to really reshape things somehow. But the things like this touristic tax is also a big question in Prague because it was so low. It was even, I don't know, €1.20 per night per person, which is nonsense. It's not just about the culture, but also about cleaning the street and everything. So it's a big question, but also it's a big tool because when you are asking for money, I like always not just asking, but also or just asking the questions, but also proposing and answers or solutions, which is a good approach.
I forgot to say one thing. There was a coalition built. It's called Koalition der freien Szene. It was not only the independent performing arts, but all independent arts that came together and did this campaign.
Sorry, there's just a question in the chat that came in, so I would just like to read it for you. It's from Heidi Meisnitzer, and she writes, due to the pandemic, there is political momentum and the subject of improving working conditions for artists are highly topical. What do experts think of a European status of the artist, preparing a common framework for working conditions and minimum standards common to all EU countries? Of course, fully respecting the weak EU competence situation, and while fully respecting the responsibilities of the member states.
Do we have any volunteers for that question?
Thank you, Heidi, for raising this question. I assume you are sitting in Brussels and listening to us, so that's great. Yes, for sure. Well, we are fully supporting this idea, for sure. And we also know that there are some ideas about having a European social security system for the artists. So hopefully this will also work out someday. Yeah, if you need, well, for sure, I think we should meet and we should also define a catalog or some categories or whatever, how to, and a campaign at least, how to convince Europe and how to convince the countries, and yeah, to go with that. It's a great idea, yes.
If I may, yeah, I understand the concept to really reach some consensus on the EU level, but what I'm afraid of, there are really big differences in EU countries, really big ones, and I think also the countries will really be very careful about it to leave it on EU level, especially when I'm talking about, let's not so Eastern country, but less developed countries. What is the political correct term? Less rich? Fantastic. Less rich countries, because I think there are really big differences. So I really don't think it will be feasible to push something like that. It's good to open the discussion, but like I told you, I think it will be very hard to implement it in the Czech Republic. And when we are talking about the whole EU, for me it's mission impossible. But it's good to open this question and this topic, of course.
I mean, in a moment where EU is forming military efforts together, I think it should be a central politics of care at the core of EU policy and politics of culture, as we could see with our colleagues in Slovenia. What if EU could step in on an individual basis and then just navigate the national state and saying, well, if the national government is not unlocking the funds according to your nation's laws, then the EU should be able to step in and provide those funds instead. If EU is providing the funds for military protection, I think the EU should also put care at the core of its efforts, especially in cases where the local governments are not following their own laws and regulations.
Yeah, sorry. And in addition, as the EU defines itself as a collaboration of different cultures, so to say, I think this is also the core argumentation from time to time, that the EU really, that the glue of the European countries is the respect, is culture, is art. Then we should really take any discussion, any step really to protect also the ones who really who are responsible for the arts and who do the art. That's Italy.
Okay, I think if there aren't any questions from the floor anymore, we're gonna conclude at this point and continue with the next section of our conference. Thank you all so much. Thank you, Nina. Thank you, Lena, and also thank you to the panelists on stage. Our next section is called Fair Structures and Social Dimensions in Europe. First up will be the project Systemcheck, which looks into the self-employed and hybrid work arrangements in the independent performing arts, especially since the effects of the pandemic have made the gaps in the social security systems abundantly clear. Silja Kala-Gadola will explain how this project's research can help reshape current employment models, as well as create viable tools and recommendations for future policy making. And afterwards we will have again Esther Bayo, who will present a comparison of social insurance structures for independent performing artists in different European countries and how different governments deal with the issue of intermittency when the lack of continuous employment status poses a risk to the individual's eligibility for social security. And afterwards we will have again a discussion, and we will also hear from our Italian and Portuguese representatives. But first on is Silja Kala Gadola. She's a former dancer and choreographer, and she's the project lead for Systemcheck as well as for the project Background at the Bundesverband Freie Darstellende Künste, the German association. And she's also a spokesperson for the coalition of the free scene in Berlin, and I'm very glad she made it and can be here today.
Okay, try to arrange myself around this. Yes, I'm very happy to be here and to be able to present you the project Systemcheck. I can skip my introduction. Systemcheck is a research project on working conditions with a strong focus on social security systems. It focuses on self-employed and hybrid workers in the performing arts, and it was initiated by former board member of the Bundesverband Freie Darstellende Künste, Janina Benduski. Systemcheck started last year in December and is funded until the end of 2023. It is funded by the German Federal Ministry of Labor and Social Affairs with approximately 800,000 euros for these 3 years, or 2 1/4 a year. And as the comment of the chat mentioned, it was possible to do that, to get this money for this project, because the working conditions in the art sector was very high, or is still very high, on the political agenda because of the COVID pandemic. Do I need a... Yeah. Do I have to point there? Here. Oh. So the idea behind the project is to revise the social security system to a dynamic and fair instruments that recognize the value of the arts in social political terms. We want to develop a scientifically based and collectively compiled action plan for the improvements of social security system for self-employed and hybrid workers in the performing arts. So in frame of this project, we define hybrid workers as persons who work in between dependent guest contracts, for example, in state theaters, and also in self-employed activities in the artistic sector. Our central research question is, how can existing social security systems be made more effective for these groups in the medium and long term? Our partners in the project are the Ensemble Network, who represent the hybrid workers, the Institute for Cultural Governance in Berlin, who research on political strategies and structures, and the Institute for Interdisciplinary Working Studies, who realize or consult us on scientific aspects and projects. The project has also valuable support of an advisory council where EAIPA is part of, in the person of Ulrike Kuhner and as well Thomas Eder, and about 18 other stakeholders and institutions in the performing arts in Germany, as you can see listed on the presentation. So there are actually board members who are not directly from the performing artist scene. As you can see, there's also representations of law, Kanzlei Laser, and associations who deal with more than one art sector, like the Deutsche Kulturrat. Our areas of action and field of research consists of the social security systems, for example, the access to pension funds, the general working conditions, for example, the question of minimum wage, and the regulations of the artistic social funds in Germany, the Künstlersozialkasse, which right now excludes so-called non-artistic professionals, and to review system regulations for self-employed and hybrid workers, for example, through the re-evaluation of possible continued paid in times of sick leave and unemployment. Our plan for implementation consists of 2 steps. The first step is to translate our findings from workshops and conferences, as well as publications and studies, into political areas of action. The second step is to derive precise recommendations and compile them into a strategic plan of action that can be handed over to decision makers. To get there, we realize several publications and events. We aim to publish papers on various subjects in shorter and more extensive form. The shorter ones will shed light on individual topics, such as barrier of access to the system, and the situation of, for example, production managers and technicians who often face different challenges in the social security system for artists than their artistic colleagues. And we want to publish 3 more extensive papers. The first is an interview study where Hanna Speicher from the Institute for Interdisciplinary Working Studies interviews around 20 selected professionals in the performing arts on their challenges in the existing social security system. The second one will look at examples of social security systems in other European countries. I will talk about this one later more detailed. The third will be the evaluation of a quantitative research where we want to collect impactful data around the subject of the project. The events are workshops as well as conferences. To the workshops, we invite performers and other stakeholders from the performing arts to discuss with us our findings and ideas. This is a very important component, as also Thomas talked about, the exchange with the scene, because we want to make sure that what we develop as ideas and recommendations are really what they needed, as what the person who are actually affected want. So after a few steps of publications and discussions within the project team, we go back to the scene in workshops and discuss with them. In the conferences, we present our interim findings to a broader public and discuss with experts of different fields, for example, with other scientists and people from administration. Now to the European study. It will start next week, actually. It consists of 3 parts. First part is an inventory of existing social security systems in European countries in general and for artists, professionals in the artistic sector. We will look into the pension insurance, unemployment insurance, and another one yet to be determined. Based on these findings, the second part of the study consists of interviews with associations or stakeholders from the countries we look into. We want to find out the central challenges as well as positive aspects of these systems from a practitionary point of view. Based on this part, we will define good practice examples that could be a role model for changes in the system of social security for the performing arts in Germany. These examples will be discussed in a workshop with professionals from the performing arts in Germany and abroad. All these 3 parts will be integrated in one final paper that we plan to publish this year in December. So this This and all the other papers and studies, as well as discussions with other experts and practitioners from the performing arts field, are important to develop the recommendations for our action plan. So with this, I am at the end of my presentation, and I'm not sure if questions are now or later. Later, okay. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Silke, for giving us an overview of and update on the progress of the project System Check in Germany. Now we have Esther Bayo again. She's going to tell us of the comparison of social insurance for self-employed artists in Germany, Austria, and Slovenia. And she's going to give us a presentation of how different countries are dealing with the problem and issue of intermittency, especially in Sweden, Italy, Switzerland, and Portugal. So, stage is yours again.
All right, so part 2 of me again. This has 2 parts. So like Christian just said, the first part is about the social security funds for the self-employed artists. This is very important to say this right away. We're talking about the self-employed here in Austria, Germany, and Slovenia. It's very complex, I have to admit. The social insurance systems are a very complex matter in all countries, so I try to break it down really to the basics to be able to kind of provide a bit of a comparison and overview. Again, with the help of the national associations of EAIPA, so we have Društvo Asociacija, IG Freie Theaterarbeit, and the German association, the BFDK, the Bundesverband Freie Darstellende Künste. Now, again, I like to start with the names, so we'll know what we're talking about, also what your colleagues mean when they say these names. In Austria, it's called the KSVF. You can see Germans like to make long words. It's the Künstlersozialversicherungsfonds, which translates to kind of the Artist Social Insurance Fund. In Germany, they call it the KSK, die Künstlersozialkasse, which is also a translation loosely for Social Security Insurance Scheme for artists and writers. To specify specifically, it's also for writers. And Inga, would you like to help me with the... What she said, okay? It's the self-employed in culture with the right to have their social insurance covered from the state budget, okay? So I tried a definition again. It's the national systems that fully or partly cover compulsory social insurance costs of artists who generate their income through self-employed artistic work in different genres of the art, except for in Slovenia they also have cultural workers. And we're talking about the artists in general. It's a general subject. They have very clear definitions of who they mean, but we're not only talking about the performance arts here, we're talking about all genres of arts. Comparisons, what do they cover? They cover in all cases health insurance and accident insurance, also pension insurance. And then there are some differences in Germany. You also have a statutory long-term nursing care insurance. In German, that's a Pflegeversicherung for the German speakers, so we know what at least we understand. And then in Slovenia, they also have an employment insurance, and I asked the expert who gave me the answers, does this mean you can have unemployment money? She said, yes, but with a big but. So there's a lot of stipulations with it, and in reality it means no, they don't get unemployment insurance. So the beneficiaries, again, they're self-employed artists and writers, self-employed artists in Austria, and artists and self-employed artists and cultural workers also in Slovenia. How does it work? In Germany, the artist fund pays 50% of the social insurance costs directly to social insurance companies. Okay, 50%. In Austria, the KSVF pays up to a maximum amount. So it's not if you earn more and you have to cover it yourself. Okay. But they also pay directly to the insurance company. It's not paid out to the artist. And in Slovenia, this is different and very interesting because it's actually the Ministry of Culture that pays but the minimum basis for insurance contributions for the self-employed in culture. So it's the ministry itself. How is it calculated? Like how many contributions are we talking about? What is the contribution in monetary means? So in Germany, the insurance premiums that you have to pay for social insurance are based on the artist's income. And it is 36.6% of a child-free household, a person. And then of that, the KSK will cover half. Yeah, so if you think of the math, so 1,000 euros, 366 euros go to the social contributions, which is quite a lot. And then 182 of this would then go from the artist himself, and the other half would be from the KSK. In Austria, the insurance premiums are also based on the artist's annual income. We pay only 28% for the self-employed, but the KSF covers a maximum of 158 per month. So if you earn more, you have to pay it yourself. This is the maximum, so in the year, this is 1,896 euros, and that's it. Okay? And then in Slovenia, they don't actually look at the income of the artist, they take a reference. They take a reference salary, which is the lowest, basically the lowest insurance bracket. And it is a reference number that's 60% of the last known average national income. Yeah, so bit low. And but this amounts to in October 2021, the last number that I was given is 425.43 euros a month. This is what the ministry pays for each artist for their social insurance. Requirements. There, of course, are stipulations. Nothing is easy. The main source of income from professional self-employed artistic occupation is one big rule in Germany, and it is a problem, especially for people with hybrid occupations who are sometimes employed and self-employed. This is one problem we will probably get into later. But the minimum threshold for compulsory social contributions for the self-employed is an annual income of 3,900 euros, which is actually not that much, in my opinion. And one other stipulation that I haven't found with any of the other, they also say you're not allowed to have more than one member of staff. Then, so in Austria, you also need to generate your income from professional self-employed artistic work. They also very stipulated artists who create artwork. Yeah, so you call yourself an artist, but you actually have to be creating art. So this is very clearly stipulated. The minimum threshold is higher than in Germany. It's 5,830.2 per year. But you have also a threshold where you can drop out. So if you earn this amount, you must pay social security contributions. Then the KSF will help you with that. But if you earn more than 31,580.25 in your year, the KSF kind of says, you're rich enough, you can pay your contributions yourself. You don't need our help anymore. So in Slovenia, you need step 1, you need to register to receive the status of a self-employed in culture. And once you have the status, then you need to apply with the Ministry of Culture for the supports that they pay for your social security costs. And in these applications, you need to prove your excellence of work as a contribution to the field of arts and culture. And you also need to reapply every 5 years. So the other 2 systems are ongoing. Once you're in it, unless you have, again, you earn too much or you cease your occupation as a self-employed or other stipulations, but otherwise it will just carry on. In Slovenia, you need to reapply. And they also have a maximum threshold. They also say your income over over 3 years is not allowed to exceed 60,000 in total. So we're looking at the yearly income, we're looking at a 3-year overview. Funding, this is also, I added this because for countries who don't have a fund for artists and maybe want one, the big question is always where does the money come from? And I found this quite creative, is actually through levies. in Austria and Germany. So levies are paid by companies in Germany that utilize artistic and journalistic or written works like galleries, music schools, theaters, radio stations, advertising agencies, and publishing houses. And in the year 2022, the levy is 4.2%. So they pay a tax that is then funding the artist fund. And there are also contributions like from the federal government to this fund. In Austria, it's similar. Other levies, fundable levies and charges come back for devices used for reception of broadcasting via satellite or cable network. And I've put several government contributions here in brackets because when it was first instated, then they stopped 2 years later, and now they're apparently coming back, and I didn't really have clear numbers on it exactly up until today when they're coming back, so I just put it in brackets. Yeah. In Slovenia, the funds just come directly from the Ministry of Culture, so the funds come from the yearly budget of the Ministry of Culture, and the amount of money that is adjusted to the yearly budget of the Ministry of Culture according to the number of self-employed in culture with the right to have the social insurance covered by the state. Yeah, so it's just how many people are there, this is how much we need. Timeline, this is a bit of a stroll down history lane in my opinion. It's we're going way further back than with the minimum honorarium fees. The establishment of the KSK can be traced down back to Dieter Lattmann, a German author and politician, and Herbert Ehrenberg, who's a German politician, and was based on inquiries that resulted in the artist report by the German federal government on January 13th, 1975. And based on this, this was the basis. The basis for the fund is a law, is the Künstlersozialversicherungsgesetz. So it's like the Artist Social Insurance Act, also called KSVG, which was passed in July 27th, 1981, and then in 1983, then came the fund itself. Which was established in 1983. Austria it's actually similar, but much later. So the first big step, and I had to check twice because I couldn't believe this is actually true, the Social Security Amendment Act from 1998 made all earned income subject to compulsory social security contributions. What does this mean? It means before that, it was not compulsory to pay social security contributions, which meant artists did just not pay social insurance contributions, which also meant they did not have any pension fund. They were, in many cases, just insured with their partner, or maybe they had a very low income employed job of like 500 euros a month that covers their health insurance. They could go to the doctor, they can go to the dentist, they would be treated in a hospital, but they were not paying into any retirement fund. So with this change came the compulsory insurance, and but we didn't have a fund yet in Austria, so actually up until the end of 2000, the artists were still exempt from this law. And then in 2000, they passed the law, the Artist Social Security Act, through Parliament. And then the year after, the Artist Fund started. Does this make sense? Okay, so this is actually quite recent, if you think about it, that this has changed. And now Slovenia is, of course, a very different story because they have a very different history, also on a political level. So it was actually because also Christoph said earlier that you don't have defined what an artist status is. For Slovenia, it was defined in 1982. And the first status definition of cultural workers in legal acts go back to the time of Yugoslavia. They were defined in the Act on Independent Cultural Workers, of 1982, where they were identified as cultural workers. And at the time, a large proportion of cultural workers employed in public institutions or other state institutions, but which were primarily financed and controlled by the state. So they were state employees, sort of, and they also got a state pension under their status. Then Slovenia became its own republic, and things changed. So in 1994, in the newly formed Republic of Slovenia, the state wished to, this is a text from your colleague, wished to or had to reduce the number of state-employed cultural workers and artists in public institutions. And this led in 1994 to the introduction of the status of freelance creators in the field of culture, as defined in the law on the realization of the public interest in the field of culture. That's what you mean when you call it ZUIK, is the preference, which stressed the freedom needed for cultural creation and served as the starting point of the insurance model. And then in 2002 were the last changes made in the definition in the current ZUIK, which defines freelance creators in its provisions as self-employed in culture, which are entered into a specific register of the Ministry of Culture. Okay, this is a bit the history that's behind these statuses and how they came to be. A few numbers. Beneficiaries in Germany, there are 200,000 artists and writers benefiting from the Artist Fund. In Austria, less. You can retrospectively apply for the fund in Austria, so it's not so easy to say how many artists benefited from the fund in 1 year, because it might be that 2, 3, 4 years later, artists would still apply for funds. So you can say 5,410 artists have profited from the fund since 2008. This is also including one-time payments when artists find themselves in a specifically dire situation. There's also a special fund for that, so it's not just the normal contributions that are paid through that. In Slovenia, it's approximately 2,180 artists. For the budget, it's always interesting to know how much money they have. In Germany, it's 1.147 billion. Billion is the English billions for the German speakers. Billion is eine Milliarde, not eine Mille. In 2020, in Austria, the income from the levies under the Arts of the Subsidies Act in 1981 totaled in 15.56 million. I went through all the numbers. This is the one that I could understand. There were a lot more. There's like holdbacks and people's payback. I don't want to get into this, but this is one number we have. And in 21, in Slovenia, there's 10,108,888, a very concrete number. What are critiques to this system? In general, I would say the self-employed are entrepreneurs and they have the same issues with the insurance, which means they only have sick leave benefits after a certain period of time. So in Germany, that's 42 days, 6 weeks. In Austria, it's the same. In Slovenia, it's 20 days. Come back to me. Okay. Nope. Actually, this is mixed up. I'm sorry. The artists pay a percentage share for doctor's visits, which is 20%. This is in Austria, not in Germany. Sorry, got them mixed up. There are no unemployment benefits because they're not employed in the first place. And in both cases, the definitions of artists are a bit narrow. So there are many people who do not have access to this grant, even though they work in the field, even though they would class themselves as artists, etc. And in all cases, because everyone tries to keep their contributions low, because it's very expensive to pay for social insurance, they of course pay very little into the system and they end up with a very low pension. And this is the same also in Slovenia. The ministry covers the whole of your fees, of your contributions, but it is only the very basic contributions they pay, which results in a chilling 450 euros a month pension that you would get from these contributions. And the other thing that you also don't have cover for work-based injuries. So one thing I would like to mention at the end here, so you see there's a system, it helps, but there's a big but involved with these systems. But what I would like to mention also that we have in Austria that I have not come across anywhere else. Austria actually has the IG Netz, which is older than the KSVF, than the Artist Fund, from 1991. Yes. And this is a fund that helps employers in the independent performing arts field with the social contributions for their employees. Yeah, so this means if I am a theater director, if I'm a choreographer, if I'm whatever, and I employ my dancers, if I employ my actors, I have to carry big, expensive the social security contributions, but I can then apply with the IG Netz and they will help me with that. I will actually get money back. And I think this is very important to mention when we talk about social security. This is that. Part 2. Turn the page. Very different system. Talking about something else. Intermittency models for artists in Italy, Portugal, Sweden, and Switzerland. Now, this is what we're talking about when we mean an artist status. Okay, like the very famous ones are in France and in Belgium. In France, it's the intermittence de spectacle, very famous, and they are all integrated into the unemployment system. And this is a system that is intended to help artists in between projects, in between jobs. This is very important, especially in the independent field, because this is a big characterization of our work, is that we have many different projects and we jump between, and we have different employers and so on, and we always have some in-between times. There's rarely ever a system where this seamlessly one goes into the other. And for this, I have sent a catalog of questions to Italy, so there's Ettore and Cresco, they are the Italian members of EAIPA. To Switzerland again, T.Theater Schaffen Schweiz, so I also spoke to Nina again. Theaterzentrum in Sweden has a very different system, and it's also very interesting. And we don't have a Portuguese member, but we have peers who then put me in contact with the Arts Council of Lisbon. And I found a very nice lady from the Art Council, Mafalda Sebastião, who gave me some information on their artist status. So these are some lesser known ones than the ones we usually hear about. Names, again, you know my system by now. In Switzerland, it's just called Arbeitslosenversicherung, which means just unemployment insurance. In Italy, it's called... Thank you, David. So you got it. So it's a temporary financial support. In Portugal, we don't have any Portuguese in, do we? Okay. Subsídio de suspensão da atividade cultural, something like that. Subsidy for suspension of the cultural activity. And in Sweden, they actually have 3. In total, the is called general term is Scenkonstalliansernas. Thank you. Which is the performing arts alliances, and they have 3 different ones. So there's the one for theater, there's one for dance, and there's one for music. So, and I've tried to just define what I mean with intermittency. It's like national systems that offer financial benefits to artists in times of work intermittencies. And they're very different, and we're going to look at them now. So, Switzerland is clear, it's integrated into the national unemployment benefit system. The same is the plan for Italy. The Portuguese are the only ones who made a fund for, made a separate fund, because it is for the self-employed. We will get into that later. And Sweden has their state-funded organizations that employ performing artists between contracts. And then the artists are sent on leave when they're in a project, and then they come back to these organizations. This is quite a unique system, and it's also been adopted in Norway. I think this is the only other place we've heard that they have these alliances. What's the status? This is important because they are brand new in Italy and in Portugal, so much so that they actually are not running yet. But this is, I find, still still wanted to mention them because we can actually follow their process, like as they are starting to be instated. So Italy was promised to get it this year, and then it was postponed for next year because they realized they don't have the funds for it. In Portugal, it will come into effect on October 1st, 2022. And in Switzerland, it's already since 2003, the special adaptation that we're talking about in a minute, not the unemployment benefits in general. And in Sweden, the first ones were the Teateralliansen, so in 1999, and then later 2006 the Dansalliansen, and then in 2008 the Musikalliansen. Yeah. Who are the beneficiaries of these systems? Who gets the funding? Who can get funding in Switzerland? And this is why I find the system so elegant, because it doesn't say artist, it says professions in which frequent changes of employers and temporary employment are common. And these are the freelancers. Okay, so the freelancers have like frequently changing employers and short-term employment. They're not self-employed. Often people use the word self-employed for freelancers. In this case, they are employed, but short-term. Okay. Like I said, Italy is intended for employed artists, but we don't know enough or more about it. Portugal is self-employed artists, is the only ones that we know about for self-employed artists. And in Sweden, it's employed actors, dancers, musicians. And I did ask, actors only, or is it also directors? And he was like, no, it's actors. It's dancers, it's not choreographers, it's dancers and musicians. So, requirements, what are the stipulations? How do you get these funds? In Switzerland, the general rule to get unemployment benefits is you need to have 12 months of employment in 2 years to receive unemployment benefits for 2 years. This is the general rule. And now this is where then the special status for freelancers comes to play. The regulations for freelancers is that the first 2 months, in whole or in part, of each contract in the artistic field accounts double when calculating the 12 working months required for the entitlement. So it means you can get the insurance times with unemployment together more easily to access unemployment insurance. Italy, we don't know, because in Portugal, you need to be registered as a cultural professional, and you need to have 180 days of contributions to get the benefits. Now with the self-employed, of course, we don't have daily wage employment, so we cannot really say, okay, you've been working for so and so many days, and therefore they take a reference value. They say they take 36.93 euros per day, which comes to 6,648 euros for 180 days, and once you have earned that money, you can have access to this fund. Yeah. And one stipulation is you can only apply for this fund if you have passed a 30-day period of no income. So you need to have 6,648 in income, then 30 days of no income, and then you can apply for this fund. In Sweden, it is not, this is where it becomes tricky in Sweden, because not all artists are just generally have access to this fund. So Lena wrote, only highly experienced freelance actors are employed based on the total time of engagements by publicly owned theaters and independent groups with regular state subsidies. You can apply for these funds. We also see how many in the end are actually getting this fund. It is a great system for the ones that are in it, but I guess it doesn't reach far enough. So stipulations. This is the downside in Switzerland, that they have this extra system for freelancers, but other than that, they're treated the same as any unemployed person, which means they have to do their monthly updates with the supervisors, they have to prove that they're actively searching for work, and they have to also reapply every 2 years. So it is, you are an unemployed like everyone else, and you then can fill out a form when you're going on a project, so you're leaving and then you're coming back. In Italy, it's not known. In Portugal, the stipulation is that cultural professionals shall maintain their registration as such valid for at least 36 months. And and you also need to, even in your times of unemployment, you need to continuously pay contribution to the social security. And this means in the months where you have no income, you still have to pay 20 euros per month into it. And in Sweden, so this is from the Teateralliansen only, because of course it's different with the dance and it's different with the musicians, but for the actors, every actor has a personal time account. When contracted for artistic work, they take a leave from the employment at the Alliance. And then to maintain the time account at a steady level, the employee needs to work on contracts in an average of 8 months per year. Yeah? What are the benefits? What you can get? What can you get out of this? In Switzerland, if you have children or if your salary is below 3,797 Swiss francs per month, you get 80% of your previous salary, and everybody else gets 70%. You know, the Austrians are calculating now because we know we get a lot less unemployment money than that. Italy, we don't know. And in Portugal, it's 65% of the total income of the last 12 months or 360 days. So they have 65% of your previous income. And in Teateralliansen, the salary, because it is not unemployment money, so it's not based on the previous salary. So the salary is between the allowance from the unemployment insurance fund and the open market salary. So it's somewhere in the middle there. Okay, critiques to these systems. No one is never everybody happy. Of course, in Switzerland, as mentioned before, the general unemployment system is not very well adapted to the unique working conditions of freelance artists. You are treated like a normal unemployed in any other system. In Portugal, because it's so new, there's still some uncertainties or some things unclear. The rules that will come back. Yes, the rules that will regulate the coordination between the situation of those professionals who are simultaneously employed and self-employed are not clear. This is a topic for, especially for our field again, because we have a lot of these, we call them hybrid workers. And the rules applicable to non-resident cultural professionals are also not clear. So this is something they will still have to figure out. And in Sweden, it's only very few artists can benefit from an employment at the Performing Arts Alliance, and the majority of the freelancers are not part of this intermittency system and need between contracts to apply for the common unemployment benefits, which are poorly adapted for freelancers. And here are some numbers. The Teateralliansen has 150 to 180 actors employed at the moment. The Dansalliansen has 80 dancers roughly employed at the moment, and the Musikalliansen has 150 to 170 musicians employed at the moment. So you can guess that there are a lot more actors, dancers, and musicians working in the field who are not benefiting from the system. That's the summary. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Esther. A lot of information, a lot to digest there. We're just going to have a brief discussion, just a few points, I think, and we're going to have on stage. Silcha, if I can welcome you back on stage, as well as Inga and Davide D'Antonio, and on Zoom we have Lena Gustafsson back with us, as well as Nina Kola, and I'm also very pleased to welcome Mafalda Sebastião. She has a seat on the Lisbon City Council and is responsible for the coordination at the Municipal Directorate of Culture. Welcome to you as well. And Davide D'Antonio, just a quick introduction for anyone who doesn't know him. He's the artistic director of the Idra Theatre in Brescia, and he's a board member of the Italian Association Cresco, and he's the treasurer as well as a board member at EAIPA and a board member at IETM as well. Welcome to you as well. I'm just going to start off with you, Davide. Since there were so many unknown factors, and maybe you want to fill us in, especially because there is currently a reform of your a welfare reform. So maybe you want to say a few things about that.
this one is.
Can I take this one?
Yeah.
First, our okay, sorry. Yeah, SET, which is our proposition for this new law. It was proposed in after the big pandemic, the big first, we call it, and it was in May. Okay. I have the impression that was a very good time for culture, because everybody was talking about culture. I'm talking about Inga, who said, okay, nobody, cares about us, and we have the sensation that we are talking to each other. That was a moment that everybody feels like culture means something for us. And all of a sudden they say, okay, but the artists get so few money. How can they live on? And then the second question were, how many artists are living in Italy? We don't know. Okay, so because they, of course, during the pandemic, it was 4 months in Italy. Everything was closed for 4 months. They didn't know how much money they could give to the artist. So how much money and how to get to the artist, because they didn't know, there were not official, let's say, unions. Then there were no data for that. So they have decided to make an inquiry in May and try to understand how many artists were living in Italy, and to adopt tools, in the future, which will enable, to secure the artist in any case. So the tools, that they decided to begin was set with this temporary. It was just the beginning. It was called, this is the minimum we can do it, and then we should do many other things. And then nearly 2 years passed, and nothing happened. So culture was like, I don't know why. I believe the culture, they found the culture was very important because they miss it a lot during these 4 months. Then it becomes again, take for granted. Which is very normal in Italy, because you go out and you see the beauty, of museums or whatsoever, and for you it's normal. But there are people working under that, and they don't recognize these kind of things. So anyhow, out of this started this kind of set, and actually it was a very good work for the government, I must say, because they have a lot of meetings with all the stakeholders. They decide together with the stakeholders. So actually, when it's written now unknown, we perfectly know what it's now unknown, because we discussed together a lot. But we cannot, tell anybody, because it's not official. Okay, so that's why we had to put unknown. And actually, we were very welcomed by them. It even surprised us. For example, we proposed to have like 90 days, for having, because they calculated days, not salary, but days, working days, to have the minimum for to ask for the set. And we proposed, for example, 19 days, and they say, oh, it's too much. We understood that 90 days too much. Why don't we do 70? It was their proposition, to lower the number of days of working days. So it was very collaborative, and then they proposed this to a very sleepy things. That is the conference of region and state. they usually everything stuck there usually because they completely they don't understand each other. It passed first, and then everybody was very happy because it means that okay, we have done it. It's okay. It's there, and then all of a sudden they understood that this year they have no money to support it. So it's all is prepared. The government has passed it, and then it's like that. So now we believe that this great work should be jeopardized by these kind of things. And so we need, we keep on, as Cresco and EAIPA Association, in every conference we do, we are waiting for this because it's the basis of our work. We keep, media talking about these kind of things because if they forgot, next year we will not get it. Because and it's a question of money, it's of course, but it's even a question of frame of mind, let's say, changing of frame of mind. That's a position.
Well, thank you. So basically all the groundwork has been done, but lack of funds is again the problem. Okay, thank you for that contribution. I'm just going to refer back to Mafalda maybe. Since we've seen that there's a kind of lack of political advocacy on the side of an association or so, I'd be just intrigued to hear how you come about basically talking about this intermittency and generally the social security for artists in your country.
Okay, thank you so much for the invitation. I just joined you now. I'm sure it has been a very good day, with a lot of good news and good information. Well, in Portugal we had a Ministry of Culture really compromised with this solution. Of course, it came also after the pandemic. And they really heard the sector. They made 83 meetings with the sector representatives, with these associations from all arts sectors as visual, cinema, even bullfight. So they heard everybody on the artistic field. And they also gathered the principal players on the state side, the Social Security Ministry, the Tax Authority Ministry, sorry, and the General Inspection of the Cultural Activities. They also heard the collective management societies for copyright and for neighbor rights. So it was really, really a very extensive work on hearing all these players on the artists' professionals fields. Then we really have a new legislation. It got into force in 1st January. But as was referred, the Social Security Fund will only be, in July, the artists start to count on their contributions, but only after October, with the new taxes to pay the fund will get into force, 1st of October this year, 2022. So it was, for now, as we can see, a very good experience, because there was this dialogue, this really intense dialogue between the parties here that were need to make a effective and useful new statue of the artists. Of course, we need to try it. I think that in the next 2 years, we will be much more clear about the real benefits and the real problems that the system will bring. As the critics were referred, we are not yet very certain about how can we gather all the different professional situations of the artists and the cultural professionals, because this law is applicable not only for the artists, but also for the technicians, the producers, um, every kind of professional artist, visual artists, performers. So it's really for the cultural sector as in the largest sense for the cultural professionals. And of course, we have some doubts in what will be really better, because, as you know, in the cultural field, we have the same person has a lot of different ways of work simultaneously, and it will result on different kinds of protection, of social protection. So we are trying here to see what is better for each person or for each case, and if the statue is really useful. I don't know if you have any other information that you would like me to share.
No, that's already a lot. Thank you so much, Mafalda.
Sorry, it's too much verbally.
No, absolutely not. I'm just gonna ask Nina about that sort of status where basically no one is eligible when they're working in a sort of hybrid work arrangement, because it's all down to this kind of you have to be employed. And are you tackling this at the moment?
Well, what we really do is we actually recommend to be employed, basically.
Okay, that's a short but very precise answer. Okay, okay, thank you. Just as a follow-up on that, for Lena, there's the problem that these are really high requirements to actually be eligible for that kind of basically unemployment benefit that makes you, eligible for being an artist. Are you trying to deal with that on your side of things?
I think that the construction of the Performing Arts Alliance as they are today is not really. It's a good thing for those who are in it, but I mean it's an employment for very few compared to how many freelancers there are in the area, and it's only on the theater and dance. It's only the actors and dancers, and not the other professions in the independent performing arts field. So, from our point of view, it would be much better to raise the grants so that the independent theaters actually can keep their staff and pay them fair wages. That is this kind of any kind of intermittency is also a status quo of that you cannot be able to work at an independent theater. You have to. There is never enough money in the independent performing arts field, so you will always end up in periods of unemployment. And I think that is the basic wrong in this system.
Yeah,
so
it's a
better.
Systemic origin in that sense.
Yes,
yeah.
yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
And also there is, of course, if this alliance could include all the professions and more like 3,000 persons a year or something like that, then maybe it could be a benefit for the whole arts field. But today, as it is, it's very good for those who are in it. I don't want them to miss it, but it's not enough. It's totally insufficient.
Thank you, Lena. On that same note, Silja, because Isa just explained, to be eligible in Germany for the social security, you also have to have the main source of income. And most artists, or a majority of artists, cannot rely on their artistic work to be the main source of income. So how are you including that in your system check project?
Thank you. Is it on? No. Now. Yes, so if you are insurance in the Künstlersozialkasse, you were, before the pandemic, you were allowed to earn 450 euros a month. It's also so the border on the mini-job, so-called mini-jobs. They raised this to 1,300 euros during the pandemic because a lot of artists couldn't work. And yes, so this is one thing different German associations are right now working on to keep this, how you say, do you say border of income from 1,300 euros because it's much more suitable for the realities. And this is not so much topic of system check actually, but of course it influences, but there are different works going on in different associations and different ideas that come together. But what, for example, is actually when I hear about this, or when I listen to this different ways of payment of unemployment, what we would like to put into this work on getting something like this in Germany is that it will be allowed to still work artistically, but in phases where you don't earn money for. Like, I mean, it changes with all the scholarships coming up, but research, documentation, administration are parts that's in the project funding mode, which is for most artists reality, are not being paid. So in the pandemic where these supports came up, it was like, yes, you can get the support as an unemployment. When you are actually self-employed, you can go to Arbeitslosengeld 2, which is really the lowest. But then you have to be there, how you say, you have to work whatever the agent gives to you. Does it make sense? So you cannot go on working, you cannot go on training, you cannot go on learning your part for a piece. It's just not, you just have to jump to whatever they give you, actually. So this is actually something we really want to, this is one of our main focuses on this unemployment question.
Great, thank you. And one last question to you, Inga. We've just heard the kind of ceiling for the 3 years is really low, which is only 60,000, and otherwise you're not eligible to actually get the sort of support from the Ministry of Culture. Maybe do you want to say something about that?
I would just add to that the situation is even more stressed than that. So as a self-employed in culture, you are allowed to earn a certain amount of the money per year, and 60,000 in 3 years. But, and we of course need to report on this amount of the money until end of the March. But what happens each year is that until in the beginning of the year, we know what is the amount that we are allowed to earn. But we never know how the Ministry of the Culture and Ministry of the Finances will calculate our census, we call it census. So sometimes they, the all money that goes for self-insurance and everything else, they calculate it together with the earned money. And in that case, mostly people go above the census. So what we are doing, we are constantly struggling with the amount of earning money, and we don't earn that high, that much, but we always save this, 500 up to 500,000, because we never know what will happen in the end of the year when we will report this. And if you, of course, cross the line for 3 euros or 3,000 euros, they don't care. You automatically go out of the status, and you need to pay the difference in the taxes for the previous year. So it's an irony, but anyway, we are lucky that we have stable status as it is, because in the end, you know, we get this 400 euros like pension, which is in the end it's not okay, but health and social insurance and everything else. But I would maybe just add one more thing to the thing that Nina just said. You know, when we suggest or we advise freelancers to get employed, of course, in Slovenia the thing is that freelancers are really tired of working to project, and you know, it's project-based lifestyle, and it's really tiring. And of course, they're looking for opportunities to get employed. But what happens to us, like independent NGOs and production houses, is that it's more and more complicated to get artistic teams which have time to do work on the independent scene. So in 80s and in 90s, in Slovenian cultural scene, we had majority people working as a freelancers and self-employed people. And it was really a brilliant period for culture in Slovenia because everybody had time and they were working and everything. Now, there are more and more people working for the institutional houses or employed for the other organizations, and it's really hard to make production processes in the tempo and in a way that we are used to do. So getting people employed is, of course, very important. And this is also the reason why we, as NGOs in each and every country, we really need to work on the stable systems, how we as NGOs can employ people and have secure way to keep them satisfied in the field that they're working in. Maybe just that.
Yeah, Nina?
Yeah, that's actually what we mean by that. Maybe there was a misunderstanding. We want our, like the small groups to employ their workers. It's not about sending them off to the big institutions, but it's about an awareness in the whole system that also the ones that form a group are able to provide a structure where they can employ their workers. Yeah.
Yes, Mafalda.
Well, that is what we are trying to establish in Portugal. With this legislation, we are trying that every structure, every entity that wants to have a cultural professional working with it, has preferably to employ these professionals as employees with a labor agreement. This has been received by the entities with some preoccupations for three reasons. First, because it is really bureaucratic, but they are available for that. But just the preoccupations were that this is really bureaucratic. This, of course, needs more funds because we have a lot of social security and not also that, but also the labor accidents, the insurance. Well, it has a lot of other costs, of course, that the self-employed don't bring. And because the public funds for 2022 we're not counting on that. So even though the legislation is into force since the 1st of January, the funds that were given into 2021 for 2022 were not considering these amounts of costs. So what is being the big struggle in the implementation is how can I, with the money that I already have approved the previous year, which was not considering these new costs, can I get people employed with good wages and assuring the protection? And how can we manage these budget problems? What I think is being done in the practical field is people are really receiving a little bit less, but of course they also have the professional itself also have less costs after the work because the costs were already paid and withheld by the entity, and it's a little bit lower for the employee. But some entities are really shortening the creation money, the production money, in order to try to pay all these costs and all these reasonable wages for these professionals. So, of course, there is very difficult, but now all the private and independent institutions have to consider, because they are legally obliged and to employ the cultural professionals with the labor agreement. That's the rule. That's the rule. The self-employed, it's an exception. Okay.
Thank you, Mafalda. I think for timekeeping purposes, we need to cut it a bit short. So we have Nina and Silja, and I'm afraid that's going to be it.
I just wanted to, I'm very interested on my colleagues' views on the idea of a unconditional basic income, because we feel like this is would be a very elegant and cost-efficient solution for artists. We had here in Switzerland this great this voting about unconditional basic income, and it was hugely dismissed, I think, by 80% of the population. But I'm very interested in your views. Maybe we don't have time, but just to say.
This is part of the discussions in Germany. So the voices we hear is because there are suggestions to make more employment for artists, but a lot of voices we hear is, no, we don't want to be employed, we want to work self-employed. But thank you, because please add, no, we don't have time to add, but so yeah, it's the idea to have this, so it's a discussion between artist status. So it was very interesting to hear how it could work or could not work, but also this unconditional basic income, just to have, say, they are secured in all phases, sickness, illness, parent leave, whatever care work, but then also have time to work on your research and be safe in the old age, which is also, I mean, I think also like in Slovenia, that's people who are insurance in Künstlersozialkasse, they also don't have a big pension insurance. It's like the same. It's like 500 euros a month later, even if you're a very successful artist. So it's really not working. So this is also a discussion we have, and yes, maybe some other time we can exchange about this.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there are many questions, especially the status of the artist and something like the unconditional basic income. I have to say thank you to all the panel guests, Davide, Mafalda, Nina, Lena, Inga, and Silja. Thank you so much. Okay. We have a scheduling conflict, so we have to move a little bit around in our program today. So it's going to be Elena Polivtseva today for her presentation of the EAIPA project Perform Europe. Elena is the head of policy and research at EAIPA and the project manager for Perform Europe. And Perform Europe is a project funded by Creative Europe, which aims to rethink cross-border performing arts presentation in a more inclusive, sustainable, and balanced way. And I'm sure we're going to hear much more about it from Elena. Thank you.
Hello and thank you. Can you please confirm you can hear me?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Thank you for inviting me to this conference. I have been following your discussions this afternoon with a lot of interest. I might say that a lot of interesting insights were discussed, and I'm very happy that I have attended part of it online, and that I can also present the Perform Europe project. I must say that the story I will tell you now is quite different from what you have already discussed, in the sense that this Perform Europe story, the story about how we tried to embrace the idea of fairness in a cross-border fields at the EU level. Basically, as it was already said, Perform Europe either is a European project supported by the European Commission, and it aims to rethink cross-border touring and presentation of performing arts in a more balanced, sustainable, inclusive way. Perform Europe operates in 41 countries of Creative Europe, 40 countries of Creative Europe and the United Kingdom. So it's an 18-month journey, which consisted of different activities. It is about research, which started the project in November 2020. Then we opened 2 calls, first for presenters and producers separately, and second step was for projects, touring projects. Now they are touring and we are learning from them, and we are aiming to end this project in June this year with policy recommendations. And policy recommendations will be about what we have learned through this insightful process. So it's about innovation, experimentation, trying something new, supporting interesting ideas which probably are not happening yet on a bigger scale in the European continent. And it's about trying to create a structured change and a long-lasting impact, even if we only have 18 months and quite a limited budget. So I mentioned sustainability, so it's about sustainable touring, and sustainability understood by Perform Europe in a very comprehensive way. We're talking about ecological, human, economic, social, and artistic sustainability, which are all definitely interrelated, and they create, of course, quite a complicated theoretical concept, which actually we try to implement on the ground practically. First of all, it's important to say that we at Perform Europe are trying to bridge gaps. So we acknowledge that touring at the EU level is happening in a very unequal, diverse context. It's not happening in a vacuum. So first of all, of course, there are huge gaps between all the 41 countries we are talking about. In terms of geographic location, who can afford sustainable green transport, for example, in terms of awareness in countries about certain topics, also in terms of economic prosperity, cultural policies, and these inequalities also go further, not only between countries, but also between people who work in the sector. Basically, in terms of minority status, gender and gender identity, ethnic representation, and so on. So this is a very complex context, much more complex than any of the member states' contexts. We are talking about 41 countries, which is super diverse and multifaceted. And here we identified many gaps. First of all, geographic gaps. We, roughly speaking, identified that Western European countries tour much more, also within their own region and to other regions. Balkan countries are in a disadvantage in this regard, and Eastern Partnership countries are even more, let's say, isolated in this sense. Then there were other gaps we identified, more like on individual or organizational level. It's about money, it's about time, access to space, it's about awareness in society about certain issues. It's about gaps in connections, visibility, and collaborations. And it's about gaps in knowing what fairness actually means, what equality means, how to practice it. Gaps in skills and knowledge, and many, many other gaps we identified. So after we have identified all these gaps, we try to think how in the remaining 12 months we can try to support some kind of projects which could try to bridge those gaps. So we translated this in open calls, and the idea was to stimulate all participants and all stakeholders of the projects which applied to, first of all, share resources, empower each other, and to acknowledge their needs and acknowledge their privileges. So that's how fairness was meant to be translated in a bigger picture of the project. We identified certain aims for projects. We talked about practicing solidarity, just relations between people, including audiences which normally don't have access, sharing knowledge and skills, sharing spaces, sharing money, and many, many other ways to show solidarity to each other. Then we also asked in the application period important questions. The first question was, how will your partnership operate? How are you going to work with each other? How are you going to share what you have, what you will receive from Perform Europe, but also what you already bring to the project. We even ask them to describe the contract they will conclude between each other. And here we're talking about presenters, producers, artists, collective, and companies. So we were very curious, and we stimulated them in the application process to think about how they are going to share their resources and how they are going to treat each other. This wasn't necessarily a main criteria, but we said that we want to see your contracts after you are selected, and we may, first of all, suggest you a template of a contract, or we can adjust or correct your own contract based on fairness rules. So this was the ambition, this was the framework, and let's go to how actually it translated in the reality. We received many applications. We received in the first step more than 1,300 individual applications from presenters and producers. After matchmaking and a development phase, they applied again with projects. And here we selected 19 projects, 19 partnerships, which together represent 85 presenters and producers, and they will and they already implement 250 presentations in different countries in Europe. So they all concluded an agreement. Each partnership, which consists minimum of 3 or 4 organizations and maximum up to 20, they concluded a partnership agreement about how they were going to share resources to pay each other, how they were going to use spaces they have, share connections perhaps, or enhance each other's visibility. We, as I said, suggested a template for them, which was embraced by a majority of them. We were very carefully reviewing their contracts and trying to pose questions, if we had some, about how feasible it is, for instance, to put certain pressure on certain partners, how feasible it is to expect effective results from the partnership if, for instance, tasks are not fairly distributed, and so on. So in the end, it's important perhaps because Perform Europe is not just a project of success, it is a pilot project. It means that we are experimenting with something new that we haven't done before. So we did learn a lot from that, and we also identified a few challenges. First of all, it's not easy to define what fairness means at a cross-border level. I think today we have heard already these concerns that we need to be careful when we talk about fair payment or fair relations at the European Union level, because there are such drastic differences between member states. And I already described this complex context in which Perform Europe operates. So we did not even attempt to come up with a comprehensive and strict definition of what we mean by fair, because this was extremely difficult. We got questions from applicants. What do we want to see there? And we try to explain it in more general terms, more intangible terms, that you need to make sure that every partner of your partnership feels comfortable and feels treated fairly in terms of money, in terms of timeline, in terms of human resources, and so on. So when we talk about fair payment, we saw several budget proposals in which fees for artists, for producers, were quite high, unusually high, let's say. When we look at the general touring landscape, it usually happens. We were happy to see that, but at the same time, we were not equipped enough with the information whether in different countries this is actually enough, or maybe that is too much, maybe this is exaggerated, maybe this is does not correspond to even a basic income in that country, and so on. So this was also difficult. We needed to acknowledge that we do not have at the European Union level kind of a system or a scheme of fair payment or fair fees in this regard. So now when the project is going on, we are talking to our partnerships, and we are always trying to get from them how do they feel, how is the fairness component of the project is progressing. We must admit that we hear a lot of positive feedback. We hear, first of all, this important element that I also heard today being discussed, awareness raising. Many of them are saying that they were stimulated really practically go and work differently, think about how they share resources, think about how they treat each other. So they were definitely trying to discuss these topics before they applied, and they're also continuously discussing these topics within their partnerships while they're implementing them. So we think that on the level of awareness rating, the project has had already a very big impact on the presenters and producers which are involved. At the same time, we must also admit that the responses we get are quite talking about intangible things. So they talk about solidarity, about backing each other, about implementing a fair scheme of fees, which yet again we cannot evaluate on our end. It's basically just briefly saying not easy to, from our side, to evaluate actually what means fair, how fair everything is, and so on. In the end of the project, we will still survey every participant of every partnership, and we will ask them yet again this question: how could they assess the relations, the fair practices within their partnership, so that we could then at least draw some conclusions from that and draft policy recommendations based on that. From what we can say now, I think it's very important to continue raise awareness about it at the cross-border European level. It's also very important to acknowledge that perhaps at this point, legal frameworks of the European Union cannot make a fair fee system mandatory when they distribute grants. But this perhaps can be a criteria. So let's say applicants are free to choose how they do it, but they should be aware that they will be evaluated on that. So it's not mandatory, but it's stimulated at the EU level to be conscious of that. It's also important, I pretty much like these discussions today. I think it's very important to think about the project-based activities versus wages or versus structured support. I think this can also evolve somehow at the European Union level towards acknowledging that project-based support perhaps often does not improve necessarily working conditions, and that we need more structured tools. We definitely need both. We do need projects, because projects, they have certain vision, certain goal, and they work towards something concrete. But at the same time, we need to have enough awareness of that number of projects does not necessarily improve the working conditions of artists which work in the sector. With Perform Europe, I think we are very proud that we managed to create certain level of awareness, and that we attempted to actually practice something at a cross-border level, which we find is happening really rarely. And also we very much aware of the time issue, which we also would like to reflect if will be a future edition of the project and we would be able to practice new models. We would like to reflect this time issue, because the short time for everything, for application, for development phase, and for actual touring creates a certain disadvantage for those players which are normally in a disadvantage. So they did not have enough time to network, enough time to work on a proposal, and so on. So the less time there is for anything to do in the sector, the least is a chance that underrepresented, the more vulnerable players will be involved in such kind of activities. I think I can stop for now sharing these outcomes and results. I hope everyone could hear me well.
Thank you so much, Elena. I think that was a really great presentation of a very inspiring and comprehensive and also flexible, from what I gather, approach to cross-border cooperation that seems to cater to the needs of artists and the inner workings of artistic projects. And I really hope it's not going to remain a pilot project, but it's going to go further. So thank you so much for the input. Okay, we are going to move on for time reasons again. Thank you, Elena. And you're in for a ride, so we're going to jump a little here. We're going to go back to the section on newly built structures and the introduction of independent performing arts structures in the making in Eastern European regions. And first up is Friedrich Fridriksson from Iceland. He's the artistic director of the, new Icelandic Performing Arts Center, and he's a former ally in the form that he was the former chairman of the Association of Independent Theatre in Iceland, as well as the former secretary of EAIPA. So glad to have you here, and thank you for making the time, even though we know you have to go soon.
Yeah, thank you. Can you hear me? That's the first question.
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. So I'm going to present just the newly established Center for Performing Arts in Iceland, and just to give you an insight into the center. So just open up the next slide. So first of all, I just want to give you some perspective of Iceland, of the size and landscape of the performing arts in Iceland. First of all, the total population of Iceland is only roughly 370,000. It's a tiny island with 2/3 of the population living in the capital area of Reykjavik. But with this small population, we still have a lot of theater goers and people enjoying the performing arts. So according to the national statistics, we have almost every person going to the theater at least once a year. This is of course a number that goes up and down, but according to the last count, it's just under one ticket issued per person. So it's quite a lot, and we're happy with that. And this goes to show the output of the Icelandic performing arts. We have only 3 large repertoire theaters: the National Theatre, the Reykjavik City Theatre, and one up north, Akureyri Culture Company, that produce together less than half of all the theatre productions. And within the independent performing arts scene, there are only like 3 theaters on and off. This tends to change between the years, but right now there are about 3 theaters that host independent works. But with the independent companies producing over half of the projects in Iceland. So the government is supporting institutions with the governmentally supported institutions include the National Theatre, the Icelandic Dance Company, and the Icelandic Opera. And then we have the Reykjavik City Theatre, which is supported by Reykjavik City. The independent companies rely mostly, almost solely, on government support from the Performing Arts Fund that Orri went through in his introduction earlier on. We are funding about 25, he said 18 till 19, 17, 19 projects, but the last number is 23. In COVID it was 30 projects, so I would say 25 individual projects each year that are within all the genres of the performing arts: dance, theater, circus, etc. And with the total funding around 1.1 million euros. So if we go to the next slide, just talking a bit about these supporting centers. So throughout the last 2 decades, there's been a growing pressure within the independent performing arts to establish a support center for for international touring and capacity building and competence building. Other art forms have had their own centers focusing on competence, capacity building, and export of their arts. That includes the Icelandic Film Center, established in 2003, Icelandic Fine Arts Center, established also in 2003, the Icelandic Music Export, established in 2006, and then Center for Design and Architecture, established in 2008, and the Icelandic Literature Center, established formally in 2013, though it had existed in other versions. So we've only had one mobility fund for the performing arts that has existed sporadically throughout the years, handing out minimal travel grants for performing arts with no government support at all for export or traveling. And the competence and capacity building has been left to the initiatives of the performing arts unions and the Association of Independent Performing Arts. So with the new laws of performing arts in Iceland that took effect in 2020, it was finally stated that the Minister of Culture shall establish a performing arts center to promote Icelandic performing arts within Iceland and abroad, to strengthen international cooperation between Icelandic performing artists and institutions. Then finally, the center was established in 2021. And the center is represented in the board by the broad spectrum of stakeholders within the performing arts. The larger institutions have their board member. The independent scene has their board member. The performing arts unions, the larger umbrella organization, which is Icelandic Performing Arts Association, and then the Ministry of Culture has their chairman on the board. So finally, in 2022, I started working as the director of the center, and currently I'm the center. I'm the sole employee of this fine operation, and for now we won't be adding on more people while we're building it. So I'm in this tiny little office in the middle of Reykjavik, and so why establish a center? Maybe go to the next slide. So there are some challenges, but we truly believe that our stories and that the quality of the work that we do here in Iceland is something that can find resonance among the rest of the world. So we feel like that there's a growing need for a long time to export our art and find ways of sharing it to the world. And there's been a lack of mobility support, lack of information, know-how, and the lack of connection and access to networks and networking opportunities. So go to the next slide. So our mission is to address those challenges. So we aim to have our first open call for mobility funds in May, and then expect to have 3 open calls per year. We plan to have translation grants for plays. We will host courses, lectures, webinars on the topics of international touring and production and cooperation. We'll advise and consult for individual projects. We will share information and toolkits on our website. We'll have a newsletter going out on a regular basis for festival promoters and presenters and all interested partners. And then we'll have a database of all the performing arts related companies and institutions in Iceland. It's work that can't be done in such a small community to grab everything. And then we want to have some presence on the performing arts market and networking opportunities and bring people over and start exploring and sharing. So maybe go to the next slide. And finally, within the purpose of the center, it's also looking inwards and having eye on the local capacity and infrastructure. The challenges such as touring within the country, which is now really expensive. It's almost cheaper to go abroad than travel within the country. We want to encourage development of local residencies, initiatives, gather data on venues, and And then additionally, we aim to be, or we have the mission of being a advisory partner for the Ministry of Culture in the matter of the performing arts. And for the future, we envision creating our own festival with all the stakeholders in Iceland, showcasing the best of Icelandic contemporary performing arts and inviting international presenters and promoters. So right now we're in our strategy phase. Though I'm here, we haven't opened our center, and we aim to do that by the end of the first half of the year. So this summer will be hopefully fully operational. Thank you.
Thank you, Friedrich, and thank you for your presentation on the new center, and I wish you all the best on your one-man mission. May it expand soon, and may you have a successful opening, and I look forward to hearing more about it in summer. Thank you. Okay, next up is Stefan Prokhorov, who's going to present the Toplo Centrale in Sofia. He's a director and playwright, and he's also the chairman of the Bulgarian Association of Independent Performing Arts.
Hi, hello. Hi and hello. My name is Stefan, for those of you with whom we meet for the first time. I come from Bulgaria, which is the most unknown country in the European Union. So you might know it as the country of yogurt and roses, very cheap alcohol, resorts popular amongst teens. This is where they go to celebrate their proms, and many other things that are politically incorrect to say. So in order to present the Toplo Centrale, Regional Center for Contemporary Art, a beautiful thing that many people don't have, it is important to understand the context, because when we speak of cultural centers, it has been so nice to hear about how many great things happen in the west of Europe all the time. It's awesome, but from the perspective of the Balkans, actually having even a venue is already a game changer, since the policies that usually lead to the appearance of the venue are practically non-existent. So Toplo Centrale, which used to be the heating plant of the National Palace of Culture, it sounds like a metaphor, even though it's not, it's the truth, is already a game changer in many ways. So how does it happen, and how do we understand something that happens in Bulgaria? It's the blind spot on the map of Europe. We have always been part of the... no need for the slides yet. We'll go fast for the slides because it's mostly pictures. So we have always been part of the wrong empires. We were never a part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. We were part of the Ottoman Empire. We were not part of Yugoslavia. We were part of the Eastern Bloc. So it's always isolation, and... in isolation, what grows is, well, of course, corruption, a dark sense of humor, and something very important. It is the way to absorb foreign influences in a very local way. So all of the good achievements in Bulgarian culture are usually related to the fact that it lies on a crossroad, and it absorbs and then reappropriates in a very peculiar way. So culture is, in all of its forms, it's the same. And when you speak of Toplo Centrale, it is a model that is very well known. It's an ex-industrial space that is reabsorbed as a venue for culture. So this is as banal as it gets. But all the good ideas usually come from the outside, such as I don't know, historically, the Cyrillic alphabet, or Christianity, or the coronavirus recently. So Toplo Centrale, once again, it actually started with an ITM meeting held in 2014. This is a slide now. So stages of the project. It started with an ITM meeting because the local scene, the independent scene in Bulgaria, which has been existing in a clandestine way since the early 80s, and more, I would say, actively late 90s, early 2000s, where the Association for Independent Theatre was born. it always needed a home and it never had it. It is interesting that some of the first independent movements actually received a state-funded theater, and some state-funded theaters are actually practically managed by people who would have their own companies at the time, independently or radically different in an aesthetic or functioning way. But the independent scene, as Thomas earlier said, it's more of an approach to life rather than shared aesthetics. So we share values, but not taste. And in speaking of this, the independent scene always was looking for a space to inhabit. There were many ideas, and I'm not going to bore you with the story, but it's a ridiculous one. So it has been this energy that was flowing, like the spirit of communism, around the place until ITM arrived, and it was a huge push to the city of Sofia, because at the time Sofia was preparing to be European capital of culture. So you see, it comes from abroad. And preparing for that, what it didn't have, we have the opera, we have a non-functioning contemporary arts museum, so we went for performing arts. And so Toplo Centrala emerged as an idea. What you see are pictures of the abandoned power plant of the National Palace of Culture. It only functioned for 2 years as a heating plant and then as a place where homeless people and drug addicts would go. And, or as Leonard Cohen puts it, in Vienna there's a place where the doves go to die. So this was Toplo Centrala in a way in Sofia. We can change the slide now. All right. So people went there and said, so we can do a venue, but a venue is not important without actually the processes that go inside it. So just a venue doesn't work for us. And yeah, it's good that we have all of these planners and people standing and talking about things, but what we needed and what we're still getting is not just a place to show, because you can show whatever you want anywhere, but a place that embodies values and processes, approaches towards culture. Slide, please. So there was the vision. The vision was about a new space for contemporary art. This is obvious, of course. An interdisciplinary center for culture. This is the first of its kind. Sometimes you would have a concert in the National Gallery, but this is more of an exception for some festival. And of course, a platform for exchange between local and international. So as I already said, Bulgaria was usually pretty excluded from the international cultural or sometimes even political processes, or when it actually participated, it was in a clandestine way, like in Prague. Back in the days, I know that you appreciate it. But when we speak of this kind of exchange, in Bulgaria, it is the independent scene that actually does the international exchange. The state functioning theaters or opera houses or whatever, they do very little in that field. It is the independent artists who are usually very poor, and so they have the time to go and actually collaborate with people abroad. Also because we have a great immigrant culture, and sending people money back was the way to do things. I'm a part of the hopefully last, but I don't think a generation to grow up going to get some cash to continue. It's another funny story. So this is the first place of its kind in Bulgaria. Slide, please. Basically, since it's, of course, the first one of its kind, it is supposed to set the precedent. And the precedent is to combine the presentation of art with the conditions to create art, to exchange in between art forms, professionals, and serve for all the good things that we usually have a venue of this kind serve around the world. So, now that we know what the vision and the mission are, we continue with the way it functions. So since in Bulgaria there was practically no administrative model for such a thing to exist, they created a new one, and it is called a regional cultural center. So it's an original regional cultural center. What does it mean? It means that it gets funded both by the municipality and the Ministry of Culture, which in Bulgaria is a great innovation, because this is the main competition in funding. So when you want to get funded in Bulgaria, you go to the municipality and say, so this is how much the Ministry of Culture gives me You need to match that or you'll be ridiculous. And it works. It still works. But of course, in this case, it's mostly a municipality structure, which means that all of its employees are municipal workers, and therefore we need to follow all of the regulations of a municipal structure, which for a home of the independent scene is pretty challenging, but yeah, you need to meet in the middle ground. Toplotcentrala has 2 performing art venues, and we can continue, of course. Yeah, we said, oh, well, you can go back because this is, just for the goodbye. Toplotcentrala functions in, this presentation was made before Toplotcentrala was operational. So basically, Toplotcentrala approaches the performing arts in a radically different way than its predecessors, in the fact that it's not only a hosting venue where you can go and present, but it's also a co-production venue. So, for instance, if you have your funds, both locally and internationally, you can apply for co-production and then perform there. If you have your project, you can apply to present in Toplotcentrala, and there is a pretty elaborate system that guarantees that whoever is in charge of the venue actually does not have the final aesthetic word on it. It's contradictory. It has its pros and its cons, but it was in the way the very code of Toplotcentrala was written. It was to ensure that this place will remain politically, most of all, but also personally independent from whatever changes in time. And this is crucial because we've had the same political party in power for 12 years, and last week they finally arrested our ex-prime minister for 24 hours. It is the small steps that lead to victory. So, before we conclude, I have to say that, of course, most of you have either been, seen, or will come and see Toplotcentrala, which is very funny, actually, that I realize it now looking at the room. It has 2 venues to perform. It has a space for visual arts, several open-air spaces, and what is very important, a residential center. And it is the first of its kind in Bulgaria. So now that it's becoming operational, it is time to see that in what will happen in this ever-changing context of our world, because we're starting to close more and more, and it is something that will continue. Finally, we are on the side of the better empire. You can follow Toplotcentrala on the last website, where you will see anything that you would actually need to see. So that's about it, and thank you.
Thank you, Stefan, for this rather humorous account of the birth of such a center. Our next speaker made her way all the way from Kosovo. Her name is Elmaze Noura, and she's the former Director General of the National Theatre of Kosovo, and she's currently a full professor in the Faculty of Arts at Hasan Pristina University, and she's the founder of the cultural organization Cult Club and director of the Summer Cult Festival.
Hello, everyone. It seems that almost all of us are tired now. So thank you for this humor that you did a little bit, kind of, you wake up us, you did something good. So I have the impression that we share the same space, but we live in 2 different worlds. Because I want to go back to the Elena that represented in her speech that she talked about the European Union, but as well for the Balkan countries and the region. So these problems that you talk about the European Union are kind of just a story that are not in the Balkans. So everything that you spoke in European Union was not new for me. but it is new for most of the artists that are living in the Balkans, in Kosovo, I mean, in Macedonia, Albania, or even Serbia and Montenegro. So even in the figures that Thomas represented, Kosovo and the region countries are the same or very similar to Bulgaria, to Romania, and Hungary. And our Slovenian colleague that talked about Slovenia and about how the Minister of Culture or this government is treating artists. In Kosovo, I can say that we are facing this way of treating since the last war has ended 20 years ago. So let's say that almost the government is corrupted, but in the same way, the artists have accepted that corruption because they have cooperated with that. But anyway, this is something that made me think during this day and listening to the speeches. And I know that these topics have been consumed by the others. But anyway, this is very, very important to create a space for the artists in Balkans as well. And this association would be great to kind of widen their branches in Balkan and in Southeast Europe as well. So let's go to my presentation. And as you can see that the structure in Kosovo is divided in two spaces. It's public theaters that are national theater, that is the main theater in Kosovo. I've been general director of national theater and professional theaters and city theaters that almost are the same and they cooperate in the level of municipalities. But anyway, they get money also from the Ministry of Culture. But National Theatre has the biggest funding from the Ministry of Culture. And about the independent stage, we have independent theaters, independent theater troupes, and theater of dramatic art students as independent one. It's not funded by neither from the Ministry of Culture, neither from the Ministry of Science. So anyway, it's independent one. Let's go to the other one, please. So the types of production that are made are theater plays that are experimental and conventional, that are dance and ballet, and the venues are public theater, found stages, and student stage. So even if we talk about the independent performing arts, they still use public theaters because there are very few theaters, independent theaters or independent venues they can use for their productions. Or either they can go to the found stages like going somewhere in the city, finding a good spot and making the performance over there. And student stage, that is not a stage that really fulfills the needs of good production. So let's go to the other one, please. Okay, this one is the way from the funds that the theater workers can provide. So the last one, we could go for sponsors and donors. But considering now the COVID-19 and all the things now from the war in Ukraine are facing the businesses is very, very difficult to find sponsors and donors. So it's quite difficult for the independent performing arts in Kosovo to carry on. Let's go to the other one. In the state level, let's say for the regulations and for the law, you talked about the insurance of the artists, about the what would be the lowest income for the performers or something like that. There is no way that somebody would talk in Kosovo, Albania, or either in Macedonia about this. What would be the lowest payment for an artist? So this is something that made me think that, oh my God, this is a very, very good thing for the European Union that is not applying in our countries. Let's go to the other one. So the things that I think that we have to work now and we have to be concentrated in Balkans is independent and self-employed performing artists in Kosovo are not protected from any law or act that would help them to cope with the situation, in the situation of emergency like COVID or war or something like that. Independent performing artists are most vulnerable because they work in short-term contracts. So nobody cares about that. You finish the contract and that's it. So that is something that it's quite a disadvantage for independent performers. And what should we do? I was thinking that the future remains unclear unless the artists come together as a group to seek permanent support from the responsible institutions. And to seek this permanent support from the responsible institutions, my colleague from Bulgaria said that we always need kind of foreigners to come to our countries and say that you should do this. And once they come and they bring the message that you should do like that, then even the institutions that are responsible for these things, they will come with positive answers. Okay, let's go to the other one. So I found two different pictures in here that about the funds, that the way the funds are divided. For example, in public performing arts, like in the theaters that are theaters of national theater or theaters of municipalities, the funds are very high, even though that they have technicians, they have space, they have everything, they have, the only thing that they have to pay, it's about the artistic vision, like costumes and set design and director and the rest. But for an independent performing artist, if they pay 300,000 euros for a public performing performance, they pay 30,000 for a performance, independent performance, where you should find the space, you should find the technicians, you should find the collaborators, you should find the other artists. So this makes one artist that gets the project really, really tired to deal with the production. Even though that in international stages and in representing the country, independent performing artists, they were always much more visible than theater states. So that is something very huge difference about the money where they are given and the way how the artists, independent artists, are working, and in the way how they represent the country and their work. Let's go to the other one. So what was very concerning is that there is no database about the independent performing companies, There is no database about the independent performing artists, and there is no database about the independent artistic projects. But this is not something up to the states or to the government. This is up to the artists that they do not go to make their, to kind of register their projects or make this project part of the database somewhere in order to know that who's working and who's not working. Because every year, the Ministry of Culture makes a call for the new projects. So I heard in Slovenia that every 3 years, if you get a project, so you could go in 3 years again. In Kosovo, 4 years. In Kosovo, it's every year. So if you are from the independent stage, every year you have to start from the point zero. It doesn't matter if you have got the support 10 years or 15 years. The company that was established this year has the same rights the company that has made many projects for 15 or 20 years. So let's go to the other one. And this one is kind of, it is good, but when you see the number that is 2.5 million euros for the economic recovery dedicated to the independent artists and creators that was given in 2020 due to the COVID, because the Ministry of Culture could not deliver the money to the artistic projects. I think this was the only time that the Ministry of Culture has supported independent artists. But having in mind that how many artists have applied for this fund, it was kind of 200 euros per person, something like that they got, so they could pay just a rent for 1 month in Pristina. Okay, let's go to the other one. There are not any independent company in Kosovo that are we call. I heard my colleague from Slovenia calling that NGO. NGOs are very active in Kosovo too. So they are non-governmental organizations, and independent performing arts are working under NGOs, because this is the only way that they can find the way how to get the money. It depends on the laws of the Ministry of Financial issues, and this is the way that they get the money. So they are not part of the budgetary lines, as I told you before, so you can carry a project for 10 years and you have to start from the beginning. They do not plan that this project is going on, so this is automatically in the list of the projects that should be supported. And as well, signal processing, please. There is no structural organized system of financial support. So these are the things in which really the system in Kosovo, Albania, and in Macedonia, because I've worked in Macedonia, I work in Albania, they miss this kind of triangle, how to get stronger and to support the independent performing arts. Okay. That's why I said that the same thing is in Albania and North Macedonia. So I think this is what I wanted to present to you. And again, I'm saying that really this association would be kind of opening mind to the artists in this region, if this can make kind of the branch in the region in order to create a self-care and to know that how the self-employment can work over there. So thank you very much. And again, one of the things that I would say in the end is that I still would like to express my deepest regrets for the Ukrainian artists, because I know that as a child of the war, I know that how the war can destroy everything. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Marza, and I think it's also quite humbling for us again, as Alexander said at some point, we are indeed quite privileged here in the Western Hemisphere. Now, I'm afraid I think we lost Radu along the way, and so we're going to jump directly into the next section so we can make time for Diana, or rather she can still make time for us. This next section is all about fairness codices. As you know, every artistic process is also a social process, but while working in the independent performing arts sector gives you freedom, flexibility, and a sense of solidarity, it is also fertile ground for misunderstandings, undeclared hierarchies, or hidden power structures and dependencies. And for this reason, several initiatives have started to compile practical guidelines for better and more ethical co-working conditions. And Diana Rojas Feile is here today to present the Fair Spec Codex. I'm so pleased you can still make it. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. To be sure that today I can pick up my children at 5:30, I will read my input, so I will not be too long and I will not forget anything. I would like to thank the European Association of Independent Performing Arts very much for the invitation, and I'm really happy to be here to talk about Fair Spec and our codex for you people around Europe. First, I want to introduce myself. My name is Diana Rojas Feile. I am in Zurich right now, and I am a Swiss-Colombian director and a performer, and I work in the independent theater during the last 15 years in Switzerland, Luxembourg, and Austria. I am in the boarding team and the founding team for Fair Spec 2. First, I will want to tell you what is Fair Spec, and after I will talk about our codex. Fair Spec defines itself as an initiative to establish ethical guidelines and working methods in the independent scene. The goal is to raise awareness about fair practice, to network, and to impart knowledge through events and workshops. We are a movement from the basis. How was Fair Spec born? Our work began in early 2020, and we were born because we wanted to talk about fair practice. Some artists in Zurich was not happy about the governance framework in a big theater, and because of them and other burning issues, we decided to make an event where many different people wanted to speak about fair practice. We made a kick-off at the Rote Fabrik, and it was an event with around 60 people from the dance and theater. And we often spoke about topics like abuse of power, discriminations, intransparency, nepotism, misunderstandings, big and small, lack of resource, time, money, space, fear, lack of safe spaces in the scene, and lack of knowledge about governance frameworks in the institutions. It is really important to say that Fair Spec is a grassroots movement. We really started from scratch, sometimes totally naive, and tried to make every step transparent, public, and co-creative, in cooperation with many participants as possible. Our goal is precisely not to appear demanding, but dialogic. We want to talk and we want to share. We are convinced that it is the interest of everyone involved in the cultural sector to work on fair practice. The first spec code draws its credibility from its diversity. Many different people work in our codex. Independent artists, free groups and companies, co-production theaters, public funding, experts in ethic and cultural management, foundations, representative of educational institutions like the University of Arts in Zurich, and representative of governmental institutions. Of course, we were not the first who spoke about a codex about ethics. We got inspiration primarily from two initiatives. One is the Netherlands and is called the Fair Practice Code, and the other is from Belgium and is called the Fair Arts Almanac. You can find the links to them in our website. And of course, in Switzerland, the preparatory work from Reso Dance Network, who developed their own tool and our own manifest. We benefit from all this experience. The first spec codex, which we wrote down after a 1 year long process in cooperation with over 150 participants, is a key tool for us. Tool also means it's alive. It's not only in the paper and it's not fixed. It should be adapted by the people who use it. Specifically, it will be revised at a public conference once per year. So that is not the 10 commandments carved in stone, but in individual case may be just an inspiration or a nudge to write in an individual manifesto for your own work or the work for your company or your institution. The code has 3 parts. The first part is the preamble, the second part is the values, and the third part is the closing statements. Maybe you can run the slides, please. Yes, thank you. That is the preamble. In this preamble, we said that people around the German-speaking part of Switzerland was together and they wanted to speak about ethics, and artistic work is our main focus. We have the conscience that every artistic process is also a social process, and thus means that this entails a high level of responsibility, both regarding artistic freedom and respectful coexistence. In this codex, all people to sign is agree and committed to guidelines which reflect our values and apply equally to all these involved. Yes. The second part of the codex, we find the values. These values we found it in groups in the last conference last year. And the first part was the personal leitmotifs with the values empathy, responsibility, and self-reflection. The second part was about communication with the values transparency, constructiveness, high level, and communication culture. And the third part was about cooperation, about commitments, resilience, diversity, sustainability, and esteem. And the third part, it was about the closing statements. That means this code will be changed. This is a tool who can change. And we, the people to sign, will try to adapt this one in their own practice. And then now the question is what we can do with this codex. You can find the codex in our website. And after you can download it in German, French, Italian, and English, and you can print it and apply by yourself. And this website also allows people to publicly commit to the codex by signing, and as more than 120 people have already done. That means you can sign the codex, express the codex, and take this codex like an inspiration. And right now, I want to tell you what at this moment we are doing right now with this codex. We are working with different institutions in Switzerland, and we are organizing a couple of events and trying to speak what is the meaning of this codex in the practice. So you, like an institution, what is going on if you apply this codex? And you in your own company or as an artist by yourself, how you can apply this one, because maybe the values I have like an artist is totally, I have another values that an institution has. Because of them, this codex is tagged out like an inspiration for your own work with the aim to achieve more respect and all the values that are rated. You can visit our website at firstpec.ch and you can find it in different language. And we will be really happy if we stay connect and we can you can spread the word. And right now I'm finished. It was a really short and close because, like I said it, I have to pick up my children at 5:30. And I don't know if it's the moment to make open questions or I ask the moderation in the place or to continue to the next input.
It's on. So since you have to pick up your kids, I think it's fair to say we're gonna get rid of the open question time this time.
Sorry.
But thank you so much for the presentation. I think it's a really great project, and I'm looking forward to hearing more about it in the future, especially if there are any success stories or feedbacks you can share maybe next time with us. So thank you so much again.
You're welcome, and thank you very much for the invitation.
So, just as a sort of elaborating on that same point of maybe, I don't know, the success or the betterment of such working conditions, we're going to have Axel Tangerding, who probably needs no introduction. Being a former architect, he has been the artistic director of Meta Theatre since 1980, and he's the responsible communication manager at EAIPA, and he was, and that's why he's speaking to us now, also involved in the first codex in the Netherlands, so I'm sure he's got a few stories to tell there.
So we are running out of time. 5 o'clock, summary, leaving the room. So, no, sorry. I will keep it short. Fair practice code. Yes, I was invited in 2018 by Dutch Culture when they promoted the fresh printed fair practice code to foreign specialists. And maybe the next slide, to be quick. So everything is here in these three. Everything is in these three circles. What's the fantastic of the Fair Practice Code? Actually, it's nothing. It's not a Bible. It's more a manual, a process which every institution, every group, every collective can undergo following these three circles. And so it's like finding a common governance in between different partners, like social partners. It was a long process before they founded this Fair Practice Code in the Netherlands going on the Social Economic Council. So they were referring to the market, and it came out in October 2017 and refined in 2018. The debate on fair practice has been contributed to raise awareness in the political arena that both material and immaterial revelation of the cultural and creative sector was needed. It's also subject to erosion and worrisome labor market. So that's the reason why to have a fair practice code. The documents were set out agreements to collectively improve the labor market position of cultural professions. What is the Fair Practice Code? The Fair Practice Code is a conduct for entrepreneurship and work in art, culture, and creative industry, based in 5 core values. These are the 5 core values: solidarity, diversity, sustainability, trust, and transparency. The code serves as a guideline. The code invites all stakeholders to accept a shared responsibility of a fair chain, giving artists and creative professionals a fair share and a fair pay. So these 3 fair modes, I think they are the base, the fundament on the aesthetics of the ethics of the 5 values. This implies fair working conditions and leads to a governance code culture. Who is Fair Practice Code for? So it's for all workers in the creative and cultural sector. The code applies to both subsidized and non-subsidized individuals, organizations, which is important to know. It's written down by Kunsten 92, which is the institution administrating the national funds in whole Netherlands. And in these funds, it's included the independent sector, all sectors. So it's like a ramp starting on the bottom with projects, fundings, and ending up with big opera houses. So it's one slide up and down. So they don't have the separation between independent sector and state-funded institutions. That's why we don't have, until now, any partners from the Netherlands in EAIPA. So we should have at least one of the partners here in. And also, which is interesting to know, it's a different culture than we are used in the German-speaking countries. They are more social, they deal more, they find more common sense in the social differences. It's called in the Netherlands the polder model. They gained new land out of the sea by creating this under sea level polders, and this new land had to be distributed, or it has to be found a meaning for it. So it's very much implemented in the national soul of Dutch culture, this negotiation level. And so this implements also, it's also implemented in the Fair Practice Code. And come quickly to the 5 values, core values they are called. Solidarity. It's a matter, of course, to defend and promote other parties' interests and to seek to establish collective agreements and to acknowledge the importance of collective responsibility for a fair pay and to act accordingly. Diversity. I keep it short. This pertains not only to cultural, ethnic background, but also to gender, sexual orientation, age, knowledge, and skills, and socio-economic background. Sustainability. In order to retain and stimulate the high quality and potential of the cultural and creative sector, it is vital to prevent any discouragement among the creative professionals. This can be achieved through a forward-looking policy that focuses on growth and human capital development. Trust. Instead of taking output as the yardstick, having trust in the outcome, dedication, quality, and intention is an essential value and a condition of success. And transparency is the base of everything. Transparent market promotes trust and ownership and offers strategic and practical opportunities for collaboration. And it follows a very long questioning, like a agenda, which you can just go through it. And to make it short, you find it on fairpracticecode.nl. You can download the whole Fair Practice Code, which is only 20 pages, but it's very helpful. And we opened this morning with the Fair Practice Code by Brigitte. Yeah, she mentioned it because they were the first ones coming to this issue and to write down some lines. It's not only a question of the independent sector, it's a question of civil society. And as we as independent performing in the performing arts sector, we should follow some kind of this fair chain, fair trade and fair pay devices. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Axel, for this very brief but still introduction to the Fairness Codex from the Netherlands. I think we've managed it. We're done. And for the final words, I'm just going to ask Thomas and Ulrike and Inga to join me on stage so we can have just a final 5-minute chat on our outlook and what we can take maybe from this event today.
Yeah, we will share it. So thank you very much. And I think we are really tired and full of information. And sorry if we bother you with all of the information of today, but I think in the next days everything will go down. So I will say the last words, so you continue.
I will be just short. I'm really grateful and happy that we managed to have this conference, and I think that we realize how sharing information, sharing know-how, sharing is caring. So let's do that, and let's keep help each other to survive, to be stronger, together stronger, stronger together. And let's keep on working and stay positive, no matter all issues that are around us. But we love the work that the sector where we work, and this is a really hard job. And let's do something to improve it and to manage to get the system that will function properly for us.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Inga. Thank you all for also having me here. There's one thing that stuck out to me and that I think that is worth to remember, and I just want to put my finger on it once more for the end, and that is that we spend a lot of time looking at how to improve our working conditions, how to make better what we do, how to get more money for it. But what came out today very clearly is that we have to put focus on the time where we do not work. There is a lot of time that we do not work, which actually is work, but that is not paid. Writing applications, postponed projects, the in-between times that are so much part of the independent performing arts. And it is these in-between times for the non-standard employed and the self-employed that are not paid. It's these in-between times that are part of the system that make us have no social security at the end, because we do not pay contribution in these in-between times, and the in-between and the contributions are the preconditions for being secure in unemployment and for being secure in retirement. So I think this is what we need to put our focus on and find solutions for how can we finance the in-between times and make sure that social security does, which is a system that was designed for full-time employment subject to social security conditions. And that is not what we are doing, but we do want social security. How can we make that happen for our sector?
I'm just going to say thank you to all the speakers and presenters today. Really great job, and sorry for rushing you in the end. And also thank you to the whole team of the Austrian Association as well as the European Association. You've all been great and really, really helpful. We couldn't have done it without you, especially not me. So thank you to you all, and I'm just going to hand over to our president.
And for the final thanks, so thank you very much again, the team of the Theater Café Spektakel for hosting us today and supporting us with everything with food and with techniques and so on. Tom Hochleitner here responsible for the technicians, technical part. My team of IG Freie Theaterarbeit, Patrick Trotter, again on the slides, Julia Kronenberg on Facebook, Winona Bach on social media around, Stephanie Schwarz with organizing everything, Barbara Stüwe-Essel also here supporting us with knowledge and with everything. And very especially Esther Bayo, because, well, she really organized and did everything, and she's also on the content level very much, and I know she's now really, I guess, the expert for the independent performing arts in Europe. Thank you so much. Thank you all for coming here, and I really think we need now fresh air and lunch.